Good morning, you all. I was going to take today off, but since I'm stuck here as is, I figured I might as well do something for a distraction for myself. So I figured we'd do part 2 of the rattling Roberta, I guess is what we're going to call her today, because we knew last night and we talked about it. People were mentioning it that she went on Terry Lynn's after she was on JLR's, The Lovely Neighbor, and she sure as heck was. But the interesting thing is some of the pieces of the story change, and you'll also hear why she was brought in. Is my fan too loud? Will you guys tell me that? If I need to, I can turn it down some. Y'all, I'm stuck here with you in my bed, so don't mind me. The camera's going to be off. It's supposed to be 113 here today, so we're hanging out from my bed with my feet elevated, my compression stockings on. Well, I took them off now because they're so hot, but I've had them on. I've got my hydration drinks. We're good to go. So as long as you guys are all good to go, I'm good to go, and we will get rolling. And I want to talk about some other things right quick. All right. So, first and foremost, I need to mention something because if you know me, you know I don't usually march to the beat of everybody else's drum. That's never been something you can always count that I'll probably have feelings on the other side of things. If people are on one side of it, you can almost guarantee that I'm going to have something to say about it. And it's not intentional, it's just the way things are. But I want to make it very clear that I do not think that it's appropriate whatsoever that TikTok Tony's slip up. In fact, we talked about it a little bit yesterday in a live stream. That live stream is on members only. And the reason for it is because people were being raw and vulnerable in the comment section. So it was to protect commenters, not myself in any way, shape, or form. I don't have nothing to fucking hide. You can clip anything out of it that you want of me. Feel free, do whatever the fuck you want. But I protect my commenters. So people were having open and real raw discussions about addiction and things of that nature. So that's why it's on members only. It was a wonderful conversation, nothing that's being hidden from anybody. Anyways, but that's why that's on there. In that live stream, however, I did tell people to be very careful about sharing those clips around because I knew before it even got started exactly what was going to come out of it. Do I think it's disgusting that it was done? An accident happened. Obviously, it was a slip up. But the double down, triple down, all of that stuff, the calling of the FBI, the wasting resources. The biggest problem I have here is all of this is being done in the name of Sebastian Rogers. JLR, you grimy greaseball. I'm sorry. I am so blown away at everybody just being like, go JLR. He's got Sebastian's name tagged in this. So let's put this into full perspective here. So we know because of Seth Rogers about violations that happened to Sebastian himself because Seth couldn't keep his big mouth shut. But now we have YouTubers out here putting Sebastian's name in titles of videos with TikTok Tony's D-slip. Make that make sense. So now we have an SA victim's name in the title because his dad had to out that stuff. And now we have YouTubers thinking it's appropriate to put that in the title. Use his name. So that classifies as revictimization of a victim too, because Sebastian is the victim in this. He has nothing to do with TikTok Tony and Seth's alignment. Period, point blank, end of story. And all of you over there cheering this shit on, you are a part of the problem, not a part of the solution. That's why I stand with my Islanders and not the rest of all of this shit, because I can't see it and I can't unsee it. It is disgusting if you have to go to the level of putting a victim's name in a title of a video where you're going to talk about Wienergate. JLR. Tell me how that's appropriate. Tell me how this is being justified. So you're okay with doing videos, tagging Sebastian in it, and then talking about Tony's slip up. That's what we're doing now? And everybody's cheering for it, right? That's called revictimization of a victim. Y'all just showed your asses. There you go. I see. I see what it is. Jays for Justice has been out here doing the absolute most, slandering and saying all sorts of shit about Chris and Katie and now Seth, because their boy Seth let him down. She put that video out. I told you guys very blatantly in the video yesterday morning. Be very careful sharing that. Do I think it's disgusting of what Tony does? Absolutely. But we're sinking to his level. Well, I guess JLR has always been on that level because that's part of his team, right? And I'm going to show you again how these teams arrange. Because if you think the neighbor just came out on her own, no, she was helping somebody out. She was doing a favor, but let's go ahead and listen to her words. You don't have to take mine for it. But if you think it's acceptable to be talking about that video and showing that video, slowing it down, zooming in on it, talking about Wienergate, all of this stuff, well, Sebastian's name is tagged in it. Sebastian has nothing to do with the sick adults that have surrounded his case. Nothing to do with it. And y'all are okay using his name to talk about a grown man's private parts after you know, because of his dad's own statements, like, what the fuck is going on? By the way, you probably see me very, very slim in other people's live streams because I'm pretty much over it. I'm pretty much disgusted. This is a minor child who is missing. And all we've got is deflection, distractions, and disgusting behavior by adults that he has nothing to do with. Tell me you care about this minor again. You don't. You don't. Just more content, right? Content over concern will always be reign supreme out here. Oh, let me show you. Y'all, if you haven't seen it yet, let me go pull JLR's stream up very quick. And I'll just show you. You don't have to take my word for it. I'm sure most of you saw it already. His face, his name. Here. Hold on. Let me pull this up. Sorry, give me 1 second. There you go. There you go. Sebastian's face. Seth's face says Seth calls FBI. Sebastian Rogers. Seth calls FBI. Tennessee. Georgia, you can call Tony out without including Sebastian in the content. It should be separated. It's not hard to do. If you have any dignity for this missing child and his privacy, you will separate the two out. You can call Tony Mathis out and use Tony Mathis's name, not Sebastian. Tony was using Sebastian's flyer as his green screen. Disgusting? Absolutely. Under his Sebastian's Army account. But we don't lower ourselves to the same standards and do the exact same thing, because at the end of the day, there's a victim in this. And that's Sebastian. You don't have to like any single one of the parents. I don't know any of them. Don't have any personal care for any of them. I have personal feelings about their public displays of behavior. There you go. So all of this is that JLR did here.
Ethan just
as he talks about
too. And we're going to talk about it because the latest, folks, is that these two guys have recently spoke to the FBI, according to Tony Mathis. This is Tony Lee Mathis. He works at a company called Crane Works. He's from Grove, Oklahoma. He was working on the Caleb Harris case. Apparently, he works with...
Exactly, Georgia. They can do it. He can do it. He knows. But in order to get people in the algorithm, that's why I don't get in the algorithm on these cases like the other people, because I don't do grimy shit. If you notice anything, I will put Seth's name in my hashtags, but I will never use Sebastian's. I do not. The only way I have ever used Sebastian's name is to title the playlist, and it's not hashtag anything. That's why I don't get in the algorithm, and I'm okay with that because I put my content out here authentically, and I don't have to re-victimize the victim to do my content. I don't have to try to grift and grime off of every single thing about this poor missing child to get my point across. You don't have to do all this. You don't have to do this. And it's a choice these people are making. Let's make that very clear. So he goes on to talk about AKA quote unquote what they're calling Wienergate.
Caleb Harris's father, Randy Harris. And you see how that case is going. Matter of fact, I speak to someone regularly that is involved with the search of Caleb Harris, and they told me, or told us, we'll say us, me and Magnolia.
Hi, Jason.
That this guy sabotaged that case. Tony. He ruined that case. Now he's gravitated onto Seth. How he got involved with Seth Rogers, I don't know.
How you got involved with Seth Rogers too. Shocking. Isn't it interesting how the grimy of the grimy has all been surrounded? It's all here. Seth intentionally called JLR and invited him there. Probably because of what he did to people like the Sandy Hook victims and the chaos that he caused for those families. But people overlook all this shit because props to JLR for saying Wienergate, right?
There's up to debate. YouTuber hooked them up or they just exchange numbers with each other. But he's been on board. And since he's been on board about a month now, we call him Tony 2 weeks. He's also known as TikTok Tony. He has other names. We're not really going to say these names because we are family friendly on JLR Investigates. I try my best to keep it family friendly. I do apologize in some of these recordings that we've been playing lately with some of the profanity. I really don't have time to edit them. You know, I want to play them as they are, you know?
I don't have time to edit them. No, more like you don't give a shit. And again, the profanity is the least of my concern. You're re-victimizing a victim, using a victim's name that in a situation that has nothing to do with you talking about him.
But this guy, Tony Mathis, since this case has, since he has basically, you know, come into...
Y'all, once again, I'm going to promote Dietz's video. If you have not understood who this man is on your screen right now, JLR, if you don't know who he is and his past of what he has done to so many victims and their families and to other creators and to so many different people, random strangers, this is all his stick. He is the ultimate troll. He admits it. Dietz did an incredible deep dive video on JLR. It's so well laid out. Again, please go watch if you're not educated on who this man is, because this is all a troll for him. He don't care about these victims and their families. It's all fear-mongering, exploitation, salaciousness. That's JLR.
The play has literally nosedived and sabotaged this case. Seth, he was supposed to come in as Seth Rogers.
Speaking of her chronicles, she was in the comments today. Let me tell you one of her comments that I caught. She said, what TikTok Tony, the fast that... Are you kidding me? I can't even believe she said that. Fastest mathist is how she put it. Doesn't know is that I actually know a few FBI agents and they are watching everything he's doing. That's in the comment section of this video.
Rogers' PR.
Meanwhile, we all know that JLR linked up with that group because of their extreme belief systems on one side of the BHB, all of them. He's a front row ho, just like BHB. It's just all alignments and movements and distraction and bullshit. That's all it is. And Magnolia's all up in there too. Heels in the Air did a video on Magnolia. If you haven't watched that, please do.
And he has done significant damage, I believe, and I think we all can agree here. Exactly. I can't see, because if you put this guy's name in just the YouTube searches, and that's probably why he's upset with the YouTubers and sending out these cease and desist. He also says he's sending out more because the YouTubers follow this case and see it as it is and calls it out as it is.
Oh, yeah. Calls it out as this, whatever.
And he doesn't like
a content farm this case. Anyways, he goes on. Let me see.
Derogatory things. He attacked me.
He attacked you, poor baby. Wah, wah,
and he's
here. Let's see. He says
investigate Sebastian's case by drawing them in to say they're a victim. Or is Tony lying? Did they not contact the FBI? Is Tony just blowing smoke? He could be lying here too. I'll let you decide.
So just move along and find some. Thank you, Diane.
We will get into the main part of why I'm here today in a moment. I just wanted to make my point about how disgusting it is to re-victimize victims by using their name and titles of videos that have nothing to do with the victim, even though he mentioned his name and showed his face. He should never be named in this video, nor his face should have ever been put in it when you're talking about Tony's private parts. Disgusting.
They're going to make it sound like it's every other reason but the actual reason for why they got it.
Harley Ryder, that is the biggest crock of shit I've ever heard. If it wasn't for JLR, nobody would bullshit. I've heard the same thing about Trevor Lee. If Trevor Lee wouldn't have done it, bullshit. Do you know that family actually reached out to judges? That's why she was contacted. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. He was brought in for intentional chaos, intentional damage. That's all he was done because Seth has revenge to seek on his ex. Now, and I'm sorry, I will never compare myself to God forgiving people. I don't forgive or forget. He didn't wrong me, but he wronged a whole bunch of Sandy Hook victims. And I doubt God has forgiven him of that. Well, I think he might even try to sue God at one point in time.
Yeah, and then I won't be discussing who got the letters. I'm sorry, that's private. Saw your note, Tammy and Barbecue did not get a cease and desist. And the way things are working now, they will not get one of those.
Again, Harley Ryder, the facts in your lines are not correct. JLR was reached out to by Seth. I've highlighted that many, many times with the timeline and the factual details. But there were other YouTubers involved before JLR was intentionally brought in to cause chaos.
Buried that hatchet and we're moving forward. All right, guys, so we're at 11:20 now.
There's a comment that you need to address.
Fuck yes, B Fergs, 100%. And it's so sad to see. This is where that fine line is too. And people that claim that they're doing the right thing, I guess what they call us the do-gooders, so often jump right over that line and go right back into exploiting the victims and re-victimizing the victims themselves too.
It's We Are Cody's Voice. They said, is there anything I can do to help with this case? I'm an advocate for missing children from Virginia.
Well, I mean, there's always something that you can.
Anyways, I don't even want to watch this. This isn't why we're here, but you can see he goes on to talk about Wienergate. He goes on to talk about Tony's private parts. He goes on to do all of the things, because they think it's entertaining. Whether that was an accident or not, like it happened. Obviously, he was probably going to the bathroom, didn't realize he had a green screen on versus an avatar, swung around. I'm not making excuses for it at all. It is what it is. Shit happens. But to use a victim's name and his face in the title and the thumbnail of your video, and meanwhile go on to talk about the adults that have nothing to do. This child doesn't even know Tony, never met Tony a day in his life. Not at all. It is so gross. But we're going to get into this. This is where we're actually headed, because after JLR's interview with the neighbor the other night, then here we go. Here comes the neighbor. We're going to call her Rattling Roberta today. I don't know what else you want to call Bobby, but it is what it is. She comes on Terry Lynn's, and I want you to hear what's said very specifically, because she admits that she was basically kind of doing a favor for her friend. Who do you think the friend is? Why do you think all these months later, this neighbor who lives in the vicinity, she's local, I'll give her that. That's about as much as credibility as we've got there. If you don't think this was intentional too, listen up. Terry Lynn's about to take you on a ride. Now, there's parts of this I do agree with Terry Lynn on. I will be honest. Again, this is all under fair use. This is the content that they put out here publicly. Again, Terry Lynn, I know you hate it when I do this. I've got it recorded too. So if you take it down, it is what it is. I've still got it. We'll still review it. But I actually agree with a few points that she makes in this. And then I highly disagree with most of it. But we'll get through it. Again, fair use, copyright, for educational purposes. And she's paused for a moment because she was calling this lady on the phone. She admitted to going to high school with Bobby. Let's see. Where does she come back?
4 o'clock-ish in the morning.
Okay, hold on.
Okay. Any questions? They say you're a.
Okay.
It takes a brave person to even step out.
Hold on. Okay. She's got audio back. All right.
She just responded, so let me see. I'm not gonna. It's not a rumor. They're just not there. It's not a rumor. Hold on. Let me call her real quick, and I'm gonna mute out real fast. Since I'll see if she'll come in here, because I don't want to. Hold on.
And I'm sorry, I'm very heated about the fact that somebody's using a minor's picture and name in titles of videos talking about an adult male's private parts, especially after we have been told things that we should never know by his biologic father to weaponize against his ex-wife. This is nothing but complete revictimization. And if you have a problem with that, please hit the unsubscribe button, because I will always be on the side of the victims and what's done to them. And Sebastian's the victim that is being used for clicks and views by so many people, and it's disgusting. If you think it's even appropriate to put a minor child's name in a video when you're talking about an adult male's peen, fucking sick. It ain't a joke. The child's missing. He deserves dignity. Yeah. And I got myself so worked up, I got to walk down the stairs and I'm smoking a cigarette. She'll be on in just a second, y'all. Oh, yeah. She says a lot of interesting things here, Amanda. A lot. But you'll understand why she aligns with Tony, Seth. Well, not necessarily Tony, but Seth, JLR, like why they think JLR is such a big deal over there, too. You'll understand very soon. Because her lifestyle kind of leads to JLR's typical audience.
I'm off of mute, and I am on the phone with her. And listen, I did go to school with her, and like I said, she's never been one but she's straight. She's not a liar, and I haven't watched it, but anything that she did say is the truth. And
so she comes right out. Terry Lynn says she went to school with her. She's never known her to be a liar. She has not watched what she said on JLR's, but everything she says is truthful. In essence, you heard those words, okay? Keep that in the back of your mind as we go through this. Hey, everybody coming in. Sorry, I'm not saying hello to everybody individually, but thank you for being here. Thank you, mods. Thank you for all speaking openly and understanding where I'm coming from today. I'm heated. Like, this is just disgusting.
it takes a brave person to even step out and say anything. So, do you want to say this? Like, you want to be heard saying it? Yes or no? You tell me. Do you want me to? Do you want? Can they hear you say that or no? You can. You do whatever you want to say. Yeah. Well, they just want to make sure you're okay. My chat. No. Well, they can't hear you now.
And I'll tag Terry Lynn in this so she gets credit. I'll do that right now.
Okay, hold on. I'll take you out. Hold on. I'll take it off of here. That way that they can hear you. Hold on. All right. I got her on. Okay, I've got her right now. Can y'all hear her?
Yes, unfortunately.
All right. Okay. Okay. Any questions? They say you're a brave woman.
No, I'm not. No, I'm really not.
She says that she's not, if y'all can hear her. Yeah. But she says that she's a brave woman. You're brave. Yep. Thank you. They're saying thank you.
I don't feel like that. I kind of almost wish I hadn't done it. I just felt like nobody really gets how hard this has been on our neighborhood and how hard all of this attention has been on us. I don't want this attention. None of us wanted this attention. We want this kid found and we want him home and we want the truth out. And I feel like we're getting to run around. Law enforcement is not really answering any of our questions. I get they don't have to. I understand all that.
It's all about them, right? Nobody knows how hard this has been on all of them. Everybody, poor them in the neighborhood. It's been so hard on all of them. Okay, cool.
But we want this to end. We want him home. We want this to end. And we want our neighborhood to go back to where it was. And there's so much disinformation out there. So many lies. I'm real. I'm real. I live in this neighborhood. I watched it happen. We got invaded by the law enforcement. Our homes got invaded.
Well, they're calling you.
We got invaded by law enforcement. We got invaded by law enforcement. Our homes got invaded by law enforcement. You heard that. Oh, it's gonna get worse.
Listen,
it was traumatic.
It's my chat, which I kind of keep mine drama free. They are giving you props.
No, Sarah, you're not black.
I appreciate
And
it.
they have a lot of respect, and they are praying for it's all respect.
Well, I'm a little bit nervous.
Don't be,
because I know that Chris's temper is a little bit. They're going through a lot too. Whatever happened.
I'm a little bit nervous because of Chris's temper. They're going through a lot too. Still making it about her, even though she's taking the opportunity to slight the father of a missing child. They're going through a lot, but back to her. Fucking seriously?
Him, I don't know. I don't understand. None of us understand. I'm not going to speculate. I will not do that. That is not my place.
No, leave that to me.
That's not my job.
Just leave it to me. I'll do it for you. Do you know anything?
She's not going to speculate. It's not her place and not her job. Terry Lynn quickly says, oh, leave it to me. I'll do all that. I have no problem saying all these untrue things out publicly. Hey, do you, boo? Do you?
About a car.
A car. Oh, yeah. Well, that was part of what I talked about on.
I haven't listened to it yet.
Okay. There was absolutely, for sure, absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, it's on a neighbor's camera that there was a car on our road, on my road.
Right.
There was a car. I don't know anything about the car. I don't know. Nobody ever told me what it looked like or anything like that. But there was a car on my road around 3:30, 4 o'clock-ish in the morning. It drove down my road. It turned right onto Stafford. It sat on Stafford for about 5 minutes or so. 2 flashlights came up to the car.
Oh, God.
Walked across yards, and absolutely, without a doubt, it was 2 flashlights. The neighbor.
Absolutely, without a doubt, it was 2 flashlights. Meanwhile, there have been people trying to kick the rumor off about Kathy Bowersox being parked down the road in an SUV waiting in the middle of the night. So she's mixing in that rumor to the rumor about the Uber driver coming in the neighborhood to pick somebody up that went to their house to pick somebody up to go to the airport. They're mixing in a bunch of different stories into this one thing, which law enforcement has said, basically, there's nothing there. Again, go check the WKRN news articles and see the questions they asked specifically to law enforcement about the video surveillance footage. If you question what I'm saying, they've already said it has no evidentiary value.
That has it on camera, confirmed without a doubt, it was absolutely 2 flashlights. It was not, and I repeat, it was not. Do I need to do it again? It was not the trash truck.
I knew it wasn't.
Absolutely, without a doubt, not a trash truck.
So absolutely, without a doubt, not a trash truck, even though law enforcement has, again, told Seth Rogers, even according to Seth Rogers' statements, that it was a trash truck. Okay, but this lady, you know, neighborhood watch, rattling Roberta over here.
The neighbor that had the camera talked to me personally and said, I'm telling you right now, there was a car there. It pulled back onto Kellen, and then drove down Kellen to leave. She has it on camera.
Oh my God.
The flashlights were seen going through the yards. Trash trucks don't go through the yards.
That's what I said. Thank you for saying that. Trash trucks do not go.
Why would they
through
do
the
that? There's
yards.
no trash.
So law enforcement has even told this neighbor that they had the Secret Service look through and break this footage down, and that it isn't what she's claiming it to be, but she continues to say that without a doubt. So again, leading to putting distrust in law enforcement and what they're telling the community.
Thank you.
But here's the thing. There's not even trash cans in the yard over where the lights were.
Amen.
That's a ditch. Why would you put a trash can in a ditch?
Thank you. I'm glad you're speaking up because I have argued this right here and I'm not going to stop.
I tried arguing it. I called one of the detectives, and I'm not going to call out law enforcement because that's not nice and it doesn't help this at all. So I'm not going to talk down to them.
I agree.
We already know who she called. She said in JLR she talked to Craddock, and she wasn't going to argue. He wasn't going to argue with her over the facts of the case. She's had TBI in her living room, and poor law enforcement invaded their private area. You know, I can't even imagine if a neighbor around the corner from me or down the block from me or in the same subdivision, you know, 3 blocks over basically, had a missing child. I would hope that they would invade everything around us to help find that child. I wouldn't care at all about them coming in, tossing our house, none of it. If it helped to find a child.
However, I did call him and asked, why are you saying it's a trash truck? I don't understand. And he said, we had the video analyzed multiple times over by Secret Service, and they said when they cleaned it up, it was a trash truck. And I said, okay, well, make me understand this then. How are there 2 separate vehicles, and how did the neighbor actually see with her own eyes on the camera that within about 2 hours after that incident, right before that sun started coming?
Do these people even understand how lights reflect and bounce off of sources, flat surfaces, very against spongy surfaces, how lights are any of that? Do any of you understand? Come on. I feel like we're talking to walls at this point. There are so many possibilities about how lights bounce, reflect, are absorbed in certain ways, how they mirror things like
the trash truck actually passed her driveway.
Amen.
Explain that one.
You can't. And I'm sorry. And what trash truck is out there at 3?
There isn't.
Thank you. What time does your
There
trash
isn't
come?
one. It goes down our street about 5:30, but that's after it's already picked up the trash. So it comes in the neighborhood right around 5 o'clock.
Okay.
So and it comes up Waltham and does a circle, and then it goes up Kellen, turns on Stafford, and then it goes up the rest of the way, up the rest of the street, and then comes back down, and then it's done. So 30, 45 minutes, I guess. Maybe it's not that long, probably not that long. Okay. And the other thing is, everybody's saying, oh, well, you know, it's got an old truck. No, it has an arm.
Thank you.
Talk about them. It does have an arm because it has a metal bar on the trash can, and the metal bar lifts it. Now, some of our neighbors have extra trash cans, like manual trash cans, and they do have to pick those up. But almost everybody here has
thank you for saying
the one
that.
with the arm.
I told y'all that I was not lying about that. There's no way that that man picked that trash can up and said, oh, it's heavy. Please. I was like, well,
I don't know where that came from. Now, there are some people do have additional trash bags that will sit beside their trash cans, but I don't know where that heavy thing came from. I have no idea. Also, the whole thing about Katie having an affair with somebody in the neighborhood, where the crap that come from?
Well, no.
Where the crap did that come from? Miss Rattling Roberta is about to debunk something. There's a few things I don't think she quite intentionally knew who started these rumors, but let's listen.
No, I'm not gonna. Nothing. No comment. Can I say no comment?
Well, that one, but here's the problem with that one. Okay, I cannot confirm or deny that one.
No, I'm not confirming nor denying it.
Why don't you want her to confirm or deny that one, Terry Lynn? Why not?
No, well, but what I want to stop. What I want to stop is the harassment that one of the families that live close to them has gotten. Death threats, nasty messages, because they're saying that they're swingers. This family has nothing to do with that family.
Okay, I got what you're saying. I thought, well, wait a minute. I said, because he's got himself listed as a swinger, but I don't know about him swinging.
He might.
I don't know if he's swinging with
not
them.
The neighbor. No, he is not swinging with the neighbors around him. I don't know if she's. I don't know what she's doing with other neighbors around here because I've not ever seen it. Nobody can confirm that. But the fact that this one family has gotten their kids are getting bullied at school.
Wait a minute, y'all. Now wait. I don't know who the family is, but if y'all are,
so now we're supposed to believe that somehow Terry Lynn knows that Chris has himself listed as a swinger. Again, what they do in their private lives is none of our business. Regina, I just saw you. I don't know how you made your way over to my chat, but we don't do the whole bullshit here. Terry Lynn's been out here grifting and spreading misinformation from day one. You're right about that. You're right about that. I'll give you credit for the fact that she drives into parking lots and drives around all hours of the night looking for something.
I don't like that part. Wait a minute.
It's disgusting. This woman has had almost a nervous breakdown.
Oh my God.
The man had to call his work. And
I'll do whatever I want, whenever I want, Regina. Have a blessed day.
Give him a heads up because he was afraid that he was going to get to his work and he was going to lose his job because it kept getting all over. She had to go to her church and have a meeting with her church and tell her church about what was going on because she was afraid of going to church.
This is horrible. Listen, if anybody out there that's torturing people, y'all don't do that because that is creepy and those kids don't do.
Isn't that ironic that that's one thing the internet really hasn't heard much about? But they're saying that these poor neighbors are getting accused of being swingers and their kids are being harassed at school. But meanwhile, Miss Busybody Bobby doesn't understand that she's doing more of the most.
Deserve that.
No, they don't.
Scared children, bullied children. No bullying, please, of kids.
Well,
I don't even know who started that. That's going to make me mad.
Well, that's what happens with all these speculations and crap. As soon as somebody says something.
Sheila and I'm totally okay with anybody assuming anything about my life because I don't care. Kyle said that the other day, just wait, my pineapple will probably go upside down.
About,
we don't care.
Oh, she's having an affair. Well, can we just keep it at that and leave it alone? Why do you have to bring up, oh, well, he's a swinger. So he has to be swinging with somebody in the neighborhood. Why does he have to be swinging with a family in the neighborhood? Why do you have to go that far?
No, I thought it was somebody in a barn. That's what some barn that they were swinging in. I didn't know it was a neighbor swinging, but what the hell?
And again, they're just taking shit and making it into something that's so much bullshit. But okay, carry on.
It's just disgusting. Yeah, that's disgusting. I'm gonna leave this here and say this. That is nasty to torture kids, for one. I don't get down with that. I don't. I don't even think that when we were in high school, we had to deal with crap like this. I don't. I think that it was more of a community, like a family.
I think the only bullying, people would make fun of how you dressed or how you talked or how you act, that kind of thing, but not that bad. They wouldn't call your family out for stuff, and they didn't go digging for things. People didn't go digging for your background and digging dirt on your family. They wouldn't make fun of your family. They made fun of your hair because it was, too high because it was in the 80s and 90s, and we always.
Well, we liked our Aquanet, by the way. We did like our Aquanet.
Yeah, we sure did. We liked our Aquanet, and we liked high hair and big hair and curly hair and all that. And that was the big thing.
But we weren't.
What the fuck? I could care less about your hairspray, ma'am. Completely give two shits less.
Bullies like that. That's no. And
that was
kids,
just mean. It's nasty.
That's disgusting. So let's just keep that. I don't know these kids, but that breaks my.
Y'all, they're not swingers. They're not. Again, it's none of our business, even if they fucking were. But they're not. It is what it is. Even if they want to do, who gives a shit? What they do in their bedroom does not have an effect on any single fucking person in this chat or on the internet or in their neighborhood. And well, I guess it could, but
my freaking heart for a kid. It really does.
Well, when the mom called me and told me what was happening and said that she was going to get off social media because she couldn't handle it, she broke down and started heaving, crying, bawled and heaving, crying, and said, you know, she's had to get off social media, that she's had to take her, like, it's almost
This
considering taking her kids out of
is,
school.
oh my, no, this is wrong. Okay, so then I'm gonna say this: law enforcement needs to say something. Speak
I agree.
up,
I-
Dad.
So again, this is trying to get law enforcement to come out and say something. Great way of going about that. Again, don't forget that Terry Lynn is one of the OG Seth's team, who is associated with Seth's mom, Robin, who is associated also with Nina, the ex-wife of Christopher Proudfoot, who also brought Seth on for a 5-hour interview, which we listened to. Also had a call with Seth's sister, also a call with Robin Rogers that she released, and then intentionally recorded calls of Christopher Proudfoot to allow Nina to use in her court custody battle over her minor child.
Egg on it. They've got to do that. Speak up.
Their minor child.
I'm sorry, because that pisses me off. You know, that makes me mad. I don't like that bullshit.
Well, I talked to the detective, I said, is there something you can give us once a week, once a month, something that just tell us that you're still working on it. Tell us that you're pulling phone record to say that you're doing something. And he said, well, I do a press release every week.
What?
And I'm like, but you're not getting, that's what I mean.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Justin,
I said-
and welcome y'all. But not when kids are getting freaking bullied. And but listen, why? Here's what makes me mad. I'm gonna say, let us know our kids are safe, please. That's what I've been asking them. Let us know our kids are safe.
That was the first thing I asked when TBI came to my door and come in and did an interview with me. Before anybody knew anything, I looked at him and I said, can you at least tell me that this was not a kidnapping and this was not like a child abduction and this was not a trafficking thing? We've got kids all over this neighborhood.
Yeah.
I have kids. I live in this
Amen.
neighborhood.
Right.
And all she said was, well, I'm just going to tell you that you should always be watching and protecting your kids. Well, I know that. I'm not an idiot. I went to barn yesterday. I did protect my kids, but you can at least tell me something that this was not an abduction or something that I need to lock my kids up in the house for the next month.
Thank you.
Well, I guess if they freaking knew, if they knew what was going on, they'd have answers, right? They would have an answer if they knew exactly what happened.
You know, I mean, nothing.
What?
She wouldn't give it. They wouldn't give us anything. She wouldn't tell me nothing.
Okay, I have a problem with it. Okay, anyway.
You have a problem with everything, let's be honest, especially when it comes to law enforcement in your area. Ever since day one, she's had an issue with the law enforcement in their area. I wonder why that is.
Thank y'all, and thank y'all for coming in. I went to school with her. Listen,
I went to school with her.
anything that she is saying, I'm going to stand behind it because
She's going to stand all the way behind it. Just wait. It's going to get fun.
I've never known her to be a liar, one. And she's always
Why would I
spoke
lie
the
about
truth.
any of this?
So
Yeah, why would you lie about any of this? Why would you insert yourself like this?
known her. And
Tell us why.
I hate this for you. I really do hate this for you. I don't like stuff like this. But I like to think that kids are safe. And I do believe that they should step out and let you, especially you all. I'm not in your neighborhood, Bobby. I'm not. But y'all should have that right as the neighbors.
Well,
And-
that's what I told J.L. Lard, and I told him flat out. I said, you know what made me sick is the first, like, our neighborhood is small and quiet.
Mhm.
We're out here kind of away from everything in the county.
Right.
Well, we used to be away from everything. Now things are getting built up around us, but it used to just be our neighborhood in Somerset Downs at one long Hall Point. That was the three of us, like, all this out here together, but it was quiet. It was out here, you know, by ourselves.
Right.
It gets so dark and quiet out here at night. You can hear anything. Like,
I
you can hear
know.
dogs
I
walking,
know.
the echoes across because it's so quiet and dark.
And this don't
And
happen.
we've never,
It don't happen.
never had.
It don't happen for. I know it don't happen. Listen, I'm gonna say it. We never had this problem. Damn it, we never did.
No, this has been. It has shaken us to our core.
Mhm.
It has shaken us to our core. What about the parents of the missing child?
used to be, before this happened, we had kids would come out and play basketball.
Mhm.
They would ride their bikes. You know, families would go out and walk their dogs, and whatever. And, you know, we were just kind of out and doing stuff. When this happened, nobody moved. It was like everybody froze in their houses. Everybody was scared to death to get out. We didn't know what was going on. Plus, we were so invaded by everybody coming in.
Invaded again. They were so invaded. How dare law enforcement and these search organizations care about a missing child that they invade the neighborhood of Miss Rattling Roberta? How dare law enforcement invade them?
Driving up and down the road, trying to figure out what
You'll understand the lingo that she uses very shortly.
was going on. Law enforcement was all over us. We had,
Wow.
well, I didn't even know we had these units. We had, what was the first
I didn't even know we had these units. Just wait. She'll count. Contradict yourself. Coming up.
one? The first one was the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, obviously, because
okay.
we're in the county. So it was Sumner County first.
And then y'all had Hendersonville
Then
came in to help some, and then y'all had
And
Lebanon.
then it was, yeah, it was Hendersonville came in to help them.
Mhm.
Then they had the canine.
Yes.
And then they had SWAT. Didn't even know we had a dead SWAT.
You
Where they
didn't?
I didn't even know we had a SWAT.
Girl, yes,
She didn't even know they had a SWAT.
you
No.
do. You do. I could have told y'all we have SWAT. No, you should
Darn,
have asked me.
we
let
had
you
a
know.
reason. I never had a reason to know how we had a SWAT.
Oh, Kathy, shut up. Why would you bring this to YouTube? Was it because Seth was live on BJ and said horrible things? You're doing this because people were talking about his live Saturday night. Take the focus off Seth. Are you talking to me? Like, are you asking? First of all, I didn't bring this to YouTube. Maybe you're not talking to me. Maybe you're talking to Terry Lynn, and I hope so. And if so, I apologize. But what the fuck? Because I didn't bring it to YouTube.
Nothing ever happened.
I agree.
So we had the SWAT. Then we had National Guard, and
Yes.
they brought their canines in.
Knoxville.
Then we had state troopers,
Yes.
and then we had drones, and then we
Yes.
had news helicopter,
And you had
and it was
Knoxville.
just like on and on and on.
Because I watched Knoxville leave. I did.
You might be
Yeah, I
talking.
did. That's right. We did what?
I might be wrong.
Where'd she go? I might have lost her. Hold on. I don't know. We might have lost her. Hold on.
Okay. Thank you, Kathy. I'm sorry for that. But yeah, I was going to say, I didn't fucking bring this shit. No way. Well, you'll see why it got here. In deflection, you're 100% spot on. 100%. Just wait. She'll actually tell you why she brought this here. And again, I'm sorry, Kathy.
Are you there?
I'm here.
There she is. We lost you. Yeah, I watched Knox County when they left, and I was disheartened as crap when they left. But when we were growing up, we didn't have this crap, y'all.
No.
And we didn't. Hendersonville was safe, feeling we could play outside at dark.
Yeah.
And thank you, Justin.
Yeah.
We didn't have this.
I mean,
problem.
just until, I mean, even now, or before all this happened, you know, my kids, and I'm not going to mention their ages because I don't want anybody knowing about my whole family life, but
She's not going to mention their ages.
my kids would go out and play flashlight tag up until, you know, the weekends, up until 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, because it was a weekend. During the week, I made them come in early because I rather had to get up and go to school and work and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But no, we have never had any issues. Never.
That's
This
true.
has shaken us and rocked us to our core.
Shaken us and rocked us to our core.
That's true.
And it's
So-
it makes me sick.
Let
He
me-
needs to be found. He needs to be brought home.
Thank you. And let me ask you, what do you know? Do you know much about the Proudfoots?
No, I don't know anything about him.
Have you seen?
Never
Have
met
you
them. I
ever
didn't even know they were there.
seen?
I don't know anything about them. The neighbor who has brought all this chaos and confusion admits, I don't know nothing about them.
Sebastian, I read when you wrote that, and I was like, what the hell? She didn't even know that. Oh my God, that
Thank
scared
you,
me
Jen.
to death when you said. It really did. That kind of shook me up. I won't lie.
What part?
When
Thank you, Jen, for being here. I appreciate you.
like that, people had sold the house and new people were living there, and I'm like, what the hell? I read that. I still have it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Listen to this. So this neighbor didn't even know that the old people that had lived at the address, and I'm not saying old as in elderly, which sounds like they were, but the old owners of the home, she didn't even know that there was new owners. She didn't even know Chris and Katie Proudfoot lived in the neighborhood.
I had no idea that the elderly people that lived actually bought or built the house. I didn't realize that they had sold it, and I guess one of them died, and I don't really know, but they were older. But I didn't know until the neighbor close by there that I'm friends with called me and told me what happened. I'm like, wait a minute, who is this? Where do they live? And she told me, and I was like, oh, I didn't even know that they, left. And she said, yeah, about a year and a half ago they moved in. And I was like, well, do you know them? And she said, I mean, I've seen him out one time when the dog got out, and
I've seen them out one time when the dog got out. Do you remember what she said on JLR previous to this?
Came out running after her because I grabbed the dog and brought the dog to him. But she said, no, they keep to themselves, they're private people, that kind of thing. I don't know anything about them, don't know their lifestyle, doesn't matter.
Don't know their lifestyle, don't know anything about them, saw them one time when the dog got out, that was it.
But no, I don't know that anybody really knew them.
Oh my God. Now I'm gonna ask you
I've
something,
never
Bobby.
seen them out.
I don't know if you know this. Do you know that they're not in that house, right?
Oh yeah.
Did you?
Now Terry Lynn is trying to tell her audience, and was before Bobby came on, that they're not there anymore. That basically the Proudfoots have left the area again. Now wait.
You know that?
Well, Katie came home last week, and
they got their schedule down to when they're coming and going from their house. That's how much nosy Nellie here is watching them.
She came home, and then I think she went back to work or she was staying here or something because her work van was gone. Then the light would be on in the house.
So now they are watching them to see when they come and go from their house, when their lights are coming on and off in their home. Jessa, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana.
And so for a week or so, they've been home. I don't know if I haven't really been paying attention.
Do you know they're moving, right?
Everybody keeps saying that, but if that is the truth, they haven't publicized it anywhere.
Well, I shouldn't make it public.
I shouldn't make it public. I shouldn't make it public. Terry Lynn's saying that they're moving. And she shouldn't make it public. Nosy Nellie over here says, I don't know nothing about it. They haven't made it public. They haven't posted about it. We're watching them come and go every day and watching everything.
We have a couple of neighbors that are realtors. I can ask about that. If they are, I don't know how they're going to sell their house. I don't know anybody that would be kind of strange.
I wouldn't buy that house.
No. I would be creeped out by it. It would scare me. It would make me feel very uncomfortable.
Wow. Are you fucking joking? Duchess, right? I would want out of there too. Can you blame him for wanting to move? You hear the nosy neighbor and another local. These two bitches are local to them. I wouldn't blame them for moving either.
Just because you don't know what happened.
That's my point right there. That's my point.
But I will tell you that
I'm going to mute out for just a second.
So she goes and mutes out so she can tell nosy Nellie, busybody Bobby over here, more information about rumors and speculation that they're going to start up and run with. Yeah, it's not listed. No, I have a friend that checks the realtor stuff, and it hasn't ever been listed since they've purchased the home. Oh, you guys are fine. Everybody's fine. You don't have to sit on your hands. Just say, in my opinion, please, and no hefty allegations to the parents, please.
All right. I just wanted to make her aware. Yeah. I was just making her aware of something, and I didn't want to make that public, y'all. So we're unmuted now. All right.
Okay.
You know what the sad thing is Sebastian, I'm still hopeful, is alive and will come home. But they've totally destroyed his safety. They put the floor plans, like Chico said, on the internet. It is all out there. His safety, a minor's safety, has been dissected by grimy YouTubers going through every detail of the floor plans of the house. Mind you, they're using listing photos before Katie and Chris even moved into the home, but they don't have any concern over this child being missing or his privacy.
I get it. Totally on your page.
All right, thank you.
I didn't know. I mean, I did know that, but I wasn't for sure. Yeah. Okay. You confirmed what I thought.
Okay, yes. So I just please.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
They want to know, do you, let me see. What was
Right,
the
this
incident in
neighborhood?
neighborhood years ago?
Just wait, there's
I don't
more
know about
too.
anything in-
Oh, that was with when the house down the street.
Remember how she said she didn't even know they had SWAT or anything? Well, Terry Lynn had read a comment about what was the incident that happened in your neighborhood a few years back. Well, wait.
Few doors down from me, like patty corner from where I live, across the street on my road.
Mhm.
The husband got into drugs, and they were harboring a cop killer from
Oh,
Arizona
my
in their
God.
house, and they were selling drugs out of their house.
Holy crap.
And somehow or another, police found out about it, and SWAT. I mean, we're talking not just Hendersonville SWAT. We're talking like
SWAT. A couple years ago, SWAT came and handled it. But just a few minutes ago, she said she didn't even know that they had SWAT.
Tennessee FBI, major SWAT came out and surrounded their entire house. The wife went running out the back door with drugs and money in a trash bag, and it was a mess. But they resolved that in one day and threw his butt in jail, and now they're all better. Things are good. They're still here. Everything's fine. That all calmed down. I think he learned his lesson.
Got you. They want to know if you can tell any more about this car that was seen the night that he went missing.
No, because it's pitch black. I mean, it was dark, and the people that I talked to about it, they didn't tell me, and I didn't really.
The people that I talked to about it, they didn't tell me.
They asked. It was just one of those kind of passing, like, "Hey, what did you see on your surveillance?" And it was like, "There's a car sitting out there." And then when I asked,
so she hasn't seen the surveillance herself. She has just talked to people who claim that this is something on there.
The other neighbor, she said, I can't see the car. It was the lights is where she saw the headlights shining down the road.
Can you tell anything about the silhouette when Sebastian's room went dark? Oh, I haven't listened to the interview, so I don't know what
that was. Okay, so then the neighbor that has there's a neighbor across the street.
A neighbor across the street.
There's a couple of, obviously there's three of them, kind of within close proximity. So I'm not going to mention exactly who it was, but one of the three neighbors that are across the street that was in proximity, the Ring camera picked up where lights went on and off inside the house as Katie was talking about Sebastian, dropping something and then saying,
they know that the lights went on and off. She knows because one of three neighbors in the vicinity across the street, one of those three neighbors, their Ring camera picked up light flashing, and she's got it confirmed somehow, some way that it was when Katie was hearing the thud.
You go to bed, and then there was a silhouette that was in the front window, and
there was a silhouette in a front window.
And the person who told me said that it stopped and it just kind of stood there for a second. But I said, "Could you tell if it was small or big?" And she said, "Well, from my angle, you can't tell because I'm away." So
from the angle, the neighbor couldn't tell, but she was able to see that the silhouette stopped and stood there for a little bit. And they know somehow that it was at the time that Katie heard the. Are you fucking joking right now? So all of this from the one of the three neighbors in somewhat of a proximity that caught this on their Ring footage. What the fuck?
Well, I don't know what that was, but she said at that point Katie had already gone to bed. So was it Sebastian? Was it Chris? I don't know. I'm not sure.
In my opinion,
was it Chris? Did you catch that? Was it Chris?
I think he was home. I'm sorry to say that, but
Terry Lynn says, I think he was home.
I do. Now, is there what was I gonna say? Do you know anything about this dog, the dog scent? Because I have, and I'm not. Listen, I have spoken to, and
if law enforcement could put Chris in that vicinity, this case would be different. Obviously, law enforcement has been able to figure out his alibi. So that takes their speculation and rumors right off the table. But okay, now.
I was told it was false. Yeah. That's what I was told.
Okay, so The dog did not find a trail from the house anywhere. There was no scent trail at all.
Remember, she says there was no scent trail at all.
And that's
My kids were right. So my kids were out all day Tuesday, and let me say this.
Even though he went missing on Monday.
Somebody said on the interview I did with JR, how are her kids out all day long? We homeschool.
Oh, her kids homeschool. Okay, so that answers one of our questions. Again, do what you're going to do. But she homeschools her children. So her children were at home all day long homeschooling. Okay.
So does that resolve that? We homeschool. My kids are home. They work during the day. They do school at night. That day they were off. So there's that. But they had gone all day Tuesday and searching with the canines. And they took the dogs up into the construction site up the area. My kids were with them. They walked all of them through there. The dog was chasing a scent trail over in the construction site. And when he got to the retention pond, the dog literally jumped into the water. And the dog handler had to pull him out of the water. And the question was, why did he do that? My son asked, why did he just do that? And he said he was following a scent. He said there had to have been something in there because he's never done that before. My dog.
So on JLR's, what her response is he's never done that before. That's what she said when the same conversation happened, an hour previous to this one. She said the dog handler looked to her kid and said, he's never done that before. Now he told the child that he was following a scent.
Oh, he's getting wet. Not only did that happen, but I talked to the neighbor down the street because after they went through the neighborhood, they were going door to door trying to figure out who all had cameras. My neighbor asked the same question, like, did you guys get a scent? And then the dog handler told my neighbor, which is an adult, the exact same thing. Well, we did get a scent at the retention pond. My dog jumped in the water. There was something there. And then there was a second dog.
So the dog handler is just going door to door and telling the neighbors that they got a scent and the dog jumped in the retention pond. So not only is he telling children that are following him around, buddying around, in an active search scene where they're trying to pick up scents, he's just palling around with a couple neighborhood kids over here following him around. Okay. And then he went door to door, the same dog handler, and told the neighbors the same things. Okay, ma'am.
They got a scent over by the dumpster. Now, my kids were there and asked them that. My neighbor down the street, an adult man, asked the same question. They told both of us, all of us, that they had a scent in the pond.
They told both of us, all of us. Meanwhile, a neighbor down the road and her child. Okay.
And there was a scent over by the dumpster. There was no trails, and there was footprints over there. And that's on the audio. What do you call it thing? The audio thing?
Yeah, on broadcast.
Dispatch audio.
Testify.
There was two different footprints, a footprint and a shoe print by the retention pond. She's mixing two different stories into one.
And I did speak to someone, and they said, and with Ellie, and they said it was a false hit.
Of course they did. But
so Terry Lynn confirms that she spoke to law enforcement, and they said it was a false hit.
That's the thing. Why do they keep changing this, and why do they keep going backwards? I don't understand.
I don't know.
I mean, the dog handlers told us that he jumped in the water, and he doesn't do that unless there is something strong enough for him to do it, chase it.
So now the dog handler told us is what she said, including her in that. That's what the dog did.
He chased a scent into the water. And there was a scent over by, and it was such a strong scent. There's the other thing that doesn't make any sense.
I'm going to tell you, they didn't have Sebastian's scent. That's what I'm trying to say, because I did make a phone call. I did. I should say who I made it to, but I don't want to do that. Let me ask you this here.
She's just going to put it out here and say that it wasn't Sebastian's scent, which we don't know. In fact, factually, I don't think anybody quite can 100% confirm or deny, besides law enforcement, the whole thing with the dogs. There was multiple different dogs, multiple different things, different paths that were followed by a few of the dogs, other situations. There's a whole lot of chaos and confusion around that. The only person that I will believe anything on about the scent is from law enforcement.
If I can find it again. God, where did it go? Where did you go? I'm looking. Y'all are going too fast. I should put that on slow-mo, but I'm like, I don't need it. Do you know anything about the RV?
No, I don't know anything about the RV.
Damn, she didn't even know these people existed. She didn't even know the house had sold a year and a half ago. But now you're asking her if she knows about their RV.
Did you know the link? Because it's been stated, and this is what it was said: 17 hours lapsed when he went to go get the RV.
So what if it did? So what if it did? So what if he drove up, spent the night, hooked up, and came home? So what if it did? This is another BHB, Brittany J bullshit that they've been trying to twist and turn into something. Law enforcement is going to know where he was located at because they were already involved when he went to get the RV.
I don't know anything about the RV.
Okay, because I mean,
don't know anything about that.
I have been out in Mississippi, and I'm not going to say I haven't been. I have. I went 3 times.
Terry Lynn is admitting that she has been stalking Christopher Proudfoot in Mississippi. Char C, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. So again, admitting that they are stalking the Proudfoot family. Why is law enforcement not slapping some of these people with harassment and restraining orders against the Proud? I don't understand it.
And I've searched, and I could never live a happy life if my child was missing.
I don't know about you, but I don't consider driving around in the middle of the night, going from parking lot to parking lot, walking around in the creek, spinning in circles, examining the same area over and over again. That doesn't classify as a search to me, but I could be wrong.
I mean, this is not my child.
Right.
And you know what? What am I doing right now? I'm putting out flyers and I'm putting out signs. That's what I mean. And I'm like, it's not my baby. But I can't stop.
Well, that's what happened with me. The first week we were out. My kids were out. We were out. My son and his girlfriend got in his Jeep and drove all around town. You know, they were handing out flyers. I've been, out around talking to people. Every time I'm out, I ask somebody, have you know anything about Sebastian? I mean, I just feel like the community has worked really hard to try to find this kid. He did not just vanish. I don't care what people think. He did not just vanish.
No, he did not vanish. Aliens don't abduct children. I don't think that he made it out of that house. I'm sorry. I don't think he walked out of that house, if that makes sense. I do not believe that.
I don't think so.
And the neighbor says she doesn't think so either, that he walked out of the house. So you can hear the whole narrative that they've got going here. They don't think he walked out of the house. They're telling all these tall tales, but just wait. She's going to admit why she did this in a moment. And I found that to be really important for people to hear because it ties JLR right back into things.
Now, look, did you ever notice in that home or the amount of cars at that house that morning when this happened?
So as soon as my neighbor called and asked me if I'd heard what happened, which was about 8.
Okay, Kyle let me hunt for I was on a short leash, but I got to go walk around for 15 minutes and I got 4 of them last night, just so you know. They're not getting away with much.
I think, and my oldest son had just gone to work. And when he left to go to work at about 8 o'clock, he noticed the massive amount of cop cars and he was just like freaking out. And so he called my kids because I hadn't gotten up yet. And
wait. In JLR's story, though, everybody was concerned. People were calling, all this stuff. Well, now she solidifies the story a little bit clearer. She was still in bed. Her child left to go to work.
And I had just gotten up and my phone was in the kitchen. And so he couldn't get a hold of me, so he called my kids. I'm like, hey, go get mom. Something's going on. About the same time that happened, my phone starts ringing, and it's a neighbor down, around there. And she's asking me, do you know what happened? And I'm like, what the heck is going on? And that was when the cop cars and everything were already there. Well, my twins walked over there to help out. And when they got there,
My twins walked over there to help out, but in the story she told on JLR's, they had to go drive the neighborhood a couple days later because they didn't even know what house he had went missing from. But now 2 of her children went over there to help. Ma'am, can you stick to a story?
Seth was there. Katie was there. I think Kathy was there. There was another woman there, and they didn't know who it was because we had never met them. We didn't know anything about them.
Yes, I want to ask you about that woman.
They all 3 of them, adults, were standing in the front yard with law enforcement all around them already. That was about 8:30.
Seth, Katie, and Kathy all were there with law enforcement. Chris was not there.
Okay, do you recall if she had her friend from out of town there?
Her friend from out of town, Terry Lynn, tries to interject.
Who, Katie?
Yes.
See, I don't know, because at that point we didn't know them. So when my kids went over there to help, and I asked them, like, well, who all was over there? Well, he said, well, when I showed him pictures, like, well, I don't know. There was 3 adults, there was 2 women and a man, and then
children went over there to help, and then when she had to show them pictures, okay,
bunch of law enforcement. When I went back and showed them pictures of Katie and Seth, they both said yes. So the Katie was there and Seth was there, and then there was another woman. I didn't show them the picture of Kathy because it didn't dawn on me that it was her. It was just another woman. But then someone else across the street told me that they thought that Kathy was there because Kathy got there to help Katie look for him.
So after the rumors started on social media of who was there and when they were there, then they figured out by pictures that it was Kathy who was there to help Katie search because Chris was out of town. I mean, makes sense. I would call my mother-in-law too. She'd be right freaking here.
Okay.
I don't know that for sure, so I cannot confirm that.
Do you know about the guy in the wood line and the night that CP
runs with scissors? Another fucking rumor that they're trying to get started, even though she just clarified that there's no affairs going on and that didn't happen. Dexter, stop. It's too hot. Dexter's like, you get out there, I get out.
He stopped them in the street. Like how many days apart that was?
The guy in the wood line.
It was like a wood line. And he stopped somebody.
The law enforcement officers, running tests in darkness. That's what she's talking about. The guy on the wood line with the night vision. And then the night that Chris. So she's mixing in the stories here.
I'm trying to remember everything. This is a lot.
I don't know about that one. I mean, I heard it on the dispatch. No, that was a mannequin in the back.
Revival, he does so badly. He's barked 4 times. You just can't hear him. It's going to be 113. He would much rather prefer your weather.
It's hard in somebody else's yard behind.
Okay, so that was a man. Okay, I know about the mannequin.
Yeah, Misty, isn't that interesting?
Hold on, make sure we didn't lose her. Hold on. I don't think we lost her. Let's make sure we didn't lose her.
I wonder why she all of a sudden accidentally loses people when they're starting to correct her stories.
I'm here.
Okay, she's here. We didn't lose her. Did you see his truck at all? Okay, because now he's trying to say he hadn't been there, which I know better. I'm not stupid. Did you?
Well, see, because of where I live, I can't see their house.
Okay.
So I don't know.
I can't see their house, but I know she's coming and going. I know that lights have been on. I know that she's been home in her work van, but I can't see their house from where I live. Take that into consideration too.
Know anything about him coming or going? Anything? Only thing I know of is I saw Seth's truck there. I just didn't know it was his. That day, all day Monday. I mean, he was there all constantly. Somebody said he stayed there. I didn't know he stayed there, but his truck was there a lot. Like the whole first 2 weeks.
So you've never like how about when Chris stopped you in the Jeep?
Oh, yeah.
Is that bad? Too bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. It was bad. Yeah.
It is.
It's so bad. So bad that a man doesn't want his family stalked going through a stressful time.
Was he bad? Was he ugly to you? Oh.
Yeah, I don't know where they even pull this shit out of. They're saying that Seth stayed there. Duchess said he was not staying there. According to Seth, he slept in his truck. He was driving back and forth. I don't fucking know where they even get all this shit. They're just throwing shit out.
He was not happy. And at first, I chalked it up to he's extremely upset over his son being missing and didn't want anyone driving around. And
yes, this is another 11 hours and 54-minute live stream of her in her car. Yes.
Being involved in stuff. But then after seeing, him get upset over other people on different YouTube channels, it kind of reminded me of how he talked to us. He was upset. He was very upset with us.
Shit. Let me just say this. Did you not hear our conversation?
No, I see. People were talking about that, and I never got a chance to watch it.
You can go.
No, I need to see it.
Well, you need to go listen, baby, because we started it off head. It was like head to head. I've never in my life had somebody think that he's that dominant. Forget it.
That's kind of how. Well, and it really upset me because when I told him, I'm one of your neighbors, I live up the street, I'm looking for someone that was just walking around here, and I was trying to help you make sure it was not somebody that was just being nosy, and I didn't know who these people were. I'm like, they're in my neighborhood. I need to figure out who this were. And he got mad and said that I should have called law enforcement. And I was like, well.
But originally, they were going to see where the house was because her son didn't know which house he went missing from. And then they saw 2 people supposedly walking around. They were going to go check it out, but they didn't want to call law enforcement on a neighbor. A kid went missing, but don't want to call law enforcement with people walking around the neighborhood.
Well, I would have, except for the fact that I didn't want to call law enforcement on a neighbor. I mean, if it was a neighbor walking around, but it was just odd. It really freaked me out that these people were walking around like that. The guy had big black, like ski mask goggles on, and it's 9 o'clock at night. How in the crap can you see your steps? It was just super bizarre. So I really did not mean to upset him. I really did not mean to cause any issues.
Well, hey, I'll say
but
this
he was
for you.
very upset with me.
Chris is an asshole. He's a condescending piece of shit when he speaks to women. So I'll say this. I'm gonna renege.
I was going to say, you said it, not me.
I did. We're reneging on the that.
Wait, what did you just say?
Apology she gave. She ain't sorry. I'll take that because that's what he is. I know, and I did say that because that's what he is. He can continue to go on these channels and be real sweet and calm and stuff. I stand by what I said. Well, I don't.
You go right ahead.
I do it, and if he bothers,
no, toe beans. Unfortunately, Steph is a real person. She's not a dog handler, but she's a real person. There's actually, I don't know who this other person that they thought Steph was too, but no, they're not one and the same either.
You call me. I'll give you. I'll send you my. Yeah, you call me. I'll be right over. I will.
I never did any of this to cause any issues with it.
I never did any of this to cause any issues. Well, then why'd you do this?
And that's the thing. I just don't want any of this, any conversations I'm having to cause conflict and more drama within our neighborhood.
I don't want any of the conversations I'm having to cause more conflict or chaos in the neighborhood.
Know that something isn't right. Some things don't add up. Things do not make sense. And I feel like we're not getting any answers. And I feel like it's just all the information is being stopped. And when I had that phone call with that detective, it really made me feel like, okay, you're going against everything that neighbors are saying that they have on video. I don't understand.
Wow.
I don't get it.
Yes, and sweet. Thank you.
So law enforcement is saying what the neighbors have on video isn't of evidentiary value, but they're going to continue to sit here and say all this other stuff. Josh B, thank you for the gifted membership. I appreciate you. Thank you.
You sweet Justin. Thank you, doll. Let me say this. How many cameras do you think you have in your neighborhood?
Oh, heck. Are you kidding me? I have no idea.
Do you think that y'all have cameras, a lot of cameras in your neighborhood?
Well, several. I mean, here's the thing. The reason why I have no idea is because the neighbors right next to me have like 7 around their house.
That's what I thought. That's my point.
And then,
oh, she's Brittany. Brittany, the neighbor, has been around for quite some time. Naomi, she's in my comment section too. She might even be listening with us today. She comes around quite a bit. She has been in all the chats all along. That neighbor, that's totally different than this Bobby one, though.
I mean, but then you got neighbors like myself and several others down our street and across the street who have none. Then you have neighbors around Devon that have none.
So she's admitting that even though these homes are high priced according to people on the internet, they're so, they're like mini mansions according to YouTubers. They can't understand how they could never have cameras. But meanwhile, she's telling you that a bunch of people don't have cameras in the neighborhood.
Then you have neighbors on Stafford who have a Ring camera, or the neighbor that was on the corner. She has one that's facing her driveway because of the boat and the truck. So, I mean, I have no idea.
We got to get you
but we
cameras,
have plenty
Bobby.
of them.
We get you some cameras. Y'all, we need to raise funds to get this woman some cameras.
Now we need to raise funds to get this woman some cameras.
Ask her about,
because she made the choice to come out here and publicly do all of this. Okay.
22. They said that there's like 22 cameras or something. Hold on, let me turn that one up here. There's some neighbor that has 22 cameras. I don't know, but we got to get this woman some cameras. Arlo's are the better
22 ones. Cameras? I have no idea who that would be.
But we need to get her Bobby, seriously. Yes, we need to get you some cameras or something. I'll figure it out. But
a lot of people don't have cameras. A lot of people don't want nothing to do with that.
No, nobody should ever. We do need brave neighbors that will speak up. Seriously, we
brave neighbors that will speak up.
Do the more I think
most everybody here is like me and just not wanting to get into like have their errors thrown. Like we're trying to stay out of their business, and because like you said, Chris has a little temper.
So but you know what? So do I.
Chris has a temper.
I'll stand with.
I wonder why this man would have a temper.
I'm sorry. I will. I've known.
I don't doubt you. I know you for a long time. I know you don't take no crap.
Yeah, I'm not going to take that shit. So I'll stand with you. Just let me know if he says a damn thing to you. Because he wanted to do this in person. That's what he said. Face to face.
I think somebody, JLR said that it was a troll, but I don't know. But
JLR said it was a troll.
Chris has already commented underneath there saying, "You've said too much. I'm not happy." And
so I was like, well, she'll call me and I'll be over there. I'll be at her house tomorrow, and we'll be real happy, slap happy together. He does have little man syndrome. Well, that is the truth. I mean, he does in about 12 personalities, and I argued with all of them. I don't care. I mean, it was the most asinine things that come out of his mouth, and I don't like men like that. Because that's
you argued all 12 personalities.
My God, I mean, I did. I argued with every one of them. I was like, this is nuts. But
it is nuts.
I can't handle people like that because it's just what are you?
Just recall the whole conversation about the cameras, though, and the fact that it's ironic. They're making this big thing out of them not having cameras, right? Well, just wait until when we get into when Terry Lynn claims that they do have cameras. Just wait.
Sir. And that's sir being kind of nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, he ain't going to do anything. I guarantee you. If
Duchess, she claims her cat is her husband.
And if he does, I'll be right over there.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I will. No, I will be over there. You let me know if he says a word.
I tried really hard in the interview with JLR to be very honest and truthful and not bring up any speculation. And he asked me.
Okay, so she tried really hard in the interview with JLR to not bring up any anything that wasn't truthful. Oh, ma'am.
You know, what I thought about something, I didn't really answer him because I don't think it's my place to try to put out what I
She didn't really answer him. Okay.
think happened.
Okay.
I mean, I have my questions and my thoughts, but I'm not going to throw that out there. I'm going to give you facts. I know for a fact.
Oh, she's giving us facts.
This happened, that happened, because I saw it with my own eyes. My kids were out in the middle of it. Whatever
Her kids were out in the middle of it.
happened, or if it's something I don't know, I told him. I said, I don't know that. I just know I was told this by neighbors, and that's the truth. I mean, I'm not. And if it was something I didn't know for sure, I told him that first. I don't know for sure because it was that was third party. I'm not for sure. And I just told you, I don't know anything about the RV. I don't know anything about his truck because I'm not where I can see his house. I'm going to tell you, no, I don't know.
She's not where they can see the house, but she knows about all the comings and goings. Okay.
I mean, no, I did read what you wrote, and I thought, poor Bobby. You know, when I was like, my God. But none of this, you do realize none of this adds up. It doesn't.
No, it doesn't. It
The
doesn't.
kids don't just vanish. They don't.
Right.
Aliens are not abducting our children. They're not.
No.
So.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
No.
And I don't think he walked out that door without shoes on. And I
There's
don't
my
think
next one I was going
something
with.
happened. And that's what scared me. When I first heard that they thought he walked out the door without shoes on, my first response was, wait. Did he get abducted or something? I mean, should we be scared that our kids are going to be abducted now? Like, did somebody come take him out of his house? Did somebody come break in his house?
Right. And that's
I don't
why
know.
when I was out, and I was passing out flyers last night, and this man got a little cocky, and I was like, did he really just say that? He's just going to show up something. I got pissed, a little bit more pissed. And it's because I'm like, what? You know, he didn't just walk out, and you're not going to convince me that he did, because he didn't. And when you stick with the facts, who's seen him last?
All right.
Who's seen him? Well, who's seen him last? No signs of anything out of the ordinary. He didn't climb out the window.
All of the neighbors around their house that I had talked to, all of them have said that they had nothing on their cameras. There was nobody walking. Of course, it's so dark. I mean, there are some neighbors that have the night vision cameras that can pick up that. But everybody is saying my camera's picked up. We don't see anybody walking. Nobody walking.
Let me ask you this: what about the neighbor? Because I've got my own feels about this. I don't know if it's real or not, but because I have a feeling that something like a voice changer or something.
Crime lines and bullshittery. We're going back to the fake neighbor. Hold your seats if you're about to hear a Mensa panel of sorts.
The neighbor that said he was being pressure washed. Have you ever heard anything about anything like this?
Oh my God! I have not.
Sorry,
no, I have not heard that. And then the other one was that there is a mattress in the garage.
Wait, can I say something? I don't have that mattress. I did not find a mattress. Don't even bring that shit up in here because I don't have a mattress. This ain't the Lampoons, and I'm not a lot lizard. Thank you. God, people think I'm riding around with a mattress. People literally think I'm riding around with a damn mattress. I don't have one.
Are you saying that you know for a fact that he doesn't have a mattress in his garage?
I don't know if he does.
Because that was a neighbor, and then one of the neighbors next door said that when they opened the garage door one day, they saw a mattress in, and Chris even admitted that there was a mattress in the garage. The comment was made that Chris made Sebastian sleep in the garage because he would wet his bed.
This is the same fake neighbor. The fake neighbor was the one that said they made Sebastian sleep in the garage. Think about that. They're trying to make these into two separate neighbor situations. This is all the fake neighbor that has already been exposed.
That was now I'm saying, let me say this before anybody freaks out and calls me all kinds of names. I am not confirming I know that. I do not know that. I don't know where that came from. I don't understand. I don't know. I just know that someone reported a neighbor saying that there was a mattress in the garage. Chris admitted that there was a mattress in the garage, but it was supposed to be for Faith. I have no idea. But somehow or another, it went from that to them making Sebastian sleep in the mattress in the garage. I do not know that. I can't confirm that. I have no idea.
I know. I think that he said I know.
No, this is Bobby is a different neighbor. She actually does live in the vicinity of the Proudfoots, not in close proximity at all. But the fake neighbor is who they are taking bits and pieces of the story from, the pressure washer. But just wait, it gets more interesting here.
He said there was something about some damn mattress in a garage. And I do know that much. I don't remember where I seen it at. I don't. But let me say this.
Harry keeps referring to that neighbor as a he. Watch how this evolves. This is why I called it mental.
They're elderly because the dude that I heard, this old fella, is what I'm going to say. He's old. Sounded like an older, unless he's using a voice changer. Is that neighbor elderly? Do you know? And I mean elderly.
Okay,
no,
wait a minute. Are you talking about well, I think it's a woman that said that she was a 25-year veteran of the firefight something fire, or what was it? Had lived here,
fighter pilot
here for like 15 years and was is a retired flight something.
It just sounded like an older man to me. This sounded like a man. I know I might sound crazy saying.
Okay, how many of us had that same conversation when we were exposing that neighbor? A lot of people thought it was a woman, and a lot of people thought it was a man. Again, all of the information was inaccurate. It's funny, though, because Crime Lines and Bullshittery came back from CrimeCon and said that Lauren Conlin, who has a successful podcast and was on Pascal's show talking about this, came up to them and was applauding them over this neighbor because they were so amazed by all the information and that it was legit. Now listen to these Mensa geniuses here. And they can't even tell you if it's a man or a woman. They're trying to put a bunch of different stories together, and all of it is fake. Every bit of it is fake.
And that, but I'm telling you.
Well, there was a woman that was on a YouTube channel a while back ago that it was a woman, but the YouTuber called her him. He.
Maybe that's
and
why.
like that was
a woman.
That was a woman.
Oops,
it was.
Busybody Bobby thinks that the neighbor that Crime Lines and Bullshittery had on as a setup fake neighbor for their big, groundbreaking, earth-shattering fucking misinformation. Bullshitty Bobby over here thinks that was a woman. And Terry, because Crime Lines and Bullshittery called him a he, they can't even figure out.
Sorry.
Oh,
shit. I thought it was a man, though. I swear I thought it was a man.
Well, she's got a real raspy voice, like she's an old, like maybe she was a smoker or something, or maybe she's just like got an old raspy voice because that's what happened. I don't know. I mean, I've got a raspy voice. I'm a woman.
Well, no.
Ma'am, if you listened carefully to that, he said him and his wife were going to come on for a follow-up interview, but they got exposed as frauds because they're not actual neighbors. That was the troll that was trolling everybody. All that information was fraudulent information. But again, that man and his wife were supposed to come on for a follow-up interview that never seemingly happened because it was fucking exposed as fake.
It happened.
But wait, I think they said that they were, like in the Air Force or something. I'm trying to remember.
Yeah. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. 25-year veteran, fire flight.
That was one of my favorite pieces, Pat from SNL.
Something with
I
air.
swear it was a man, though, baby. I promise you, I swear this was a man. I swear it was.
Because she said she had kids.
He said he had kids.
My kids are grown. She said my kids are grown.
He said it was a male and he was a vet. He was a veteran. I thought that I was right. Listen, he said that he said he was pressure washed and stuff like that, and I'm like, what?
Okay, well, is that the same? Okay, hang on.
There's been two different things, but I'm telling you, this one was a man, and he also said that about the pressure washing, and he mentioned a detective. I don't remember the detective's name. I can't remember. Damn it.
Was that the same? But wait a minute, was that the same interview where this person said they lift close by, and that we had barbecues that the neighbors would invite Chris to, and he would either say
Yes.
no or he would come drunk.
And they was drunk, fight, and stuff like that.
Okay,
Yes.
no. That is a flat out bold-faced lie. I have no idea where that that person comes from. They do not live here.
Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. One of the actual locals who lives in the semi-vicinity, who has also came out here and lied a bunch of bullshit, has now confirmed the exposure of the fake neighbor on crime lines and bullshittery is fraudulent. Once again, there's no neighbor in their neighborhood, even though we didn't need her to do that because other neighbors have already said that that didn't happen. And we knew that it was fake and fraudulent and a troll because this person has interjected themselves in other cases too. Yeah, fucking it is what it is. But they are taking bits and pieces of those stories and still running with them as factual. And crime lines and bullshittery, you can go fact check me if you would like to. When they came back, she had a whole panel of her admins, mods up there. And Chloe, not the PI Chloe, don't get it confused. I think her name is Chloe J. So I don't know if it's Chloe Jade. I'm not sure what her name is, but she goes on Brooks's panel. But after their little crime con in Nashville, they talked about how this podcaster who was on with Pascal discussing this story and also on Nancy Grace discussing this story came up to them and was like, we were so intrigued. That was such amazing information. And we know it's factual and all this shit. Yeah, go check it out. It's hysterical. Maybe we'll pull that up at the end.
We do not have anyone that fits that description. We have never.
Thank you. Hold on, she cut out. I knew that was a damn lie. Hold on, you cut out. I knew it was a lie. I knew it was a lie. She should be back.
Margaret, with all the disrespect intended, ma'am, what have you done to find this child? Instead of coming on my channel where I can do whatever the fuck I want, including correcting misinformation that's being spread about a missing child, what have you done to help find this child besides coming in here telling me how to run my channel and what I should and shouldn't talk about? Because it's important to me to correct the misinformation that people are putting out in regards to this boy and his parents, because all this misinformation does nothing but muddy up the waters in this case. So meanwhile, while you can stick my foot all the way up your fucking ass, and if you need me to help you do it, I will gladly do it. What are you doing? So instead of coming over here and telling me what to do, have you donated for billboards that are actually getting his face out there? Because I sure as fuck have. Have you put flyers up? Because I sure as fuck have. So meanwhile, while you try to tell me what to do, take my foot, stuff it all the way up, and ride that bitch. Have fun. I'll even give you the one with the goofy toe. You might get some extra enjoyment out of that. I'm so sick of you people. So sick of you people coming in my comment section telling me how to do things, what to do, how to do it. No, I started my channel doing this. I am doing exactly what I have done all along. That's why I stay in my little bubble, because I'm the only one that really does it the way I do it.
Knew it was a lie.
We have only had one meal, and it was a potluck that I organized about 8 years ago.
I knew it
we
was
have
a
never
lie.
had a barbecue. We do not have an annual or whatever barbecue. Nobody in the neighborhood has done that on their own. Nobody even knows them. And no, he has not been invited to anything.
Thank you, because I tried to correct that, and I gave up, and I said, you know what, that was a
bullcrap. I don't even know who that is.
And nobody would listen to me, so I quit talking about it. So that
no, and I've even asked.
Oh no, not upstairs, sis. I'm good. I just guzzled one.
My Facebook group. Does anyone know anybody that lives here that's been here for about 15 years that was a retired whatever military, something that flew airplanes or something? I don't remember what the title was. They said, and everybody's like, no, never heard of that.
You know how many people I have successfully exposed that have came out and lied in this whole thing? The fake neighbor being one that I helped lend credibility to it being fake. That was me. The fake dog handler. That was me. Yeah, a lot of the misinformation that has been corrected in this story, including Bobby and her alignments with Seth and JLR, me. A lot of people have argued with me over her being a mod for that group. Guess what? Go back. They said somewhere they were saying that she's only been a mod for that group for a week. Well, fact checking, I did a video on May 25th and showed that she was an admin of that group then too. I have been busting my ass to try and correct misinformation in this. Yeah, a lot of that misinformation getting corrected is because of what I do.
And something about flying. I just remember flying.
Now, do
Flight
you know
something.
anything about, because I think that same neighbor was saying, I tried to tell people it was a troll, and nobody listened to me. It was somebody trolling with the voice changer, because I thought, wait, because when it started mentioning the stuff that I found, you ain't gonna say it. I remembered it because of what it said about me, and I was like, what? You don't even know me, dude. I don't know you.
Right.
And it was about something I had found. If y'all all in this chat remember, I remember.
And the other thing I don't do, let me remind you, is use this child's name for correcting the misinformation. I don't have to exploit him and what he's going through further to get the point across that this is bullshit. I don't stoop to the levels of putting his name in titles and then talking about a grown man's private parts. I don't do shit like that because I've never done it, and nor will I ever stoop to those levels. I don't share around images of people's private parts either, because I don't find it funny, because all of this is being done when there's a 15-year-old child that is still missing, and adults are out here acting like it's all fun and games, content over concern. And Duchess, I appreciate all you do. When I claim that I'm correcting things, trust and believe I'm not alone in that. Thank God for people like Duchess and my Islanders and other Arctic Fox who continues to every single day show up for the missing. Hundreds of missing people he is putting highlight on every week. He is constantly doing the work, and I am so proud to stand by people like that who actually do something in these communities to help these families and the victims.
What it was talking about, but I'm not even gonna get into that because it's gonna piss me off. Yeah, because I'm like, I know what I found. I didn't plant anything anywhere.
Yes, I do remember that crap. Somebody said you planted crap and that you were just trying to mess the investigation up. I'm like, okay, no, you're not happening.
I don't do this for my health. Trust me.
Why would you plant crap? I mean, what would that do for you?
Not a
what good is that going to do?
I ain't out here getting all bit up and because people ain't got anything better to do to sit in a chair and talk crap. So that neighbor's bored. Now, let me ask you this.
I don't even know. Here's the thing.
Harry Lynn, it's interesting to hear you say that you called out this neighbor bullshit. Y'all are taking bits and pieces of his story and still trying to act like there's facts to it. That neighbor was full of shit. That was all intentional misinformation that got ran with. Their content farming. The fake cousin that called into T-Rev 757. The fact that Trevor Lee, I exposed that he was signed up, not subpoenaed, asked to be a witness for Nina. I exposed that. A lot of this shit came from me that got corrected. But I still don't use Sebastian's name to even do it. Because I'm not like the rest of you. And I'm okay with that.
That's not even a neighbor of ours.
It's not even a neighbor.
I don't know where in the world he or she lives.
Now, let me ask you this part here. I do know this. Somebody did have this on camera. And it was where he called him the R slur. Which I won't use that word because I don't like that word. I will wash my mouth out.
And Chico and Am and all the other amazing people that I surround myself with. Y'all, my comment section is amazing with creators and other people who advocate. They might not even be creators, but they actually stand for victims. There's a lot of people in this comment section. I can't go through and name all of you guys because it would take us a long time. So please don't think I'm overlooking you guys. I'm so thankful for the people who continue to show up for the right things and don't find it entertaining to mix these things like people do. That's the difference between drama, and true crime. And then there's us over here that we don't have a community. We just do what we want.
R slur.
Yeah.
And there's another F slur, and I don't use that one, and we're not going to use that here. Are you, or were you ever aware of that?
I was aware that, well, not only was I aware that had been used, but I also know that neighbor, and this is the only thing I talked about last night with, or tonight with JR, there's a neighbor. They're very close by. And I'm not going to talk about exactly where or anything like that because I'm not here to slander people.
No. I know who they
But
are, but I just wanted to ask.
There's a neighbor that's really close by that told me to my face one night when we were talking that she's heard things said out loud outside. She's heard Chris and Katie get into arguments.
Yes.
She's heard
Yes.
things being said, and
Yes.
yeah. So I will say that, and
No,
I'm not going to repeat.
But wait. Earlier, she just said that she didn't know them. She'd only seen them out, once with a dog, trying to chase the dog. But now there's all these arguments and stuff that she heard. Can you stick to a story again? Because it seems we just kind of keep going all over in circles about your stories here.
What was said because it didn't matter.
You don't have to. You don't have to. I know about it.
No,
I know about a lot of this.
Okay.
And I just wanted to know if you were aware of it. And
I am aware of that.
Okay, so you can vouch for that. Because I was like, why would you lie about? Because I asked him right out, why would he say that stuff?
But it goes back to, again, everybody saying, oh, it's just a third party. It is third party, but the source that heard it is who told me personally.
And some stuff has been caught on camera on that.
Right. Well, and the one neighbor that is close by, their cameras.
Things have been caught on camera, but meanwhile, there's no camera footage of these things that have been caught on camera. Okay, say it ain't so.
They probably have about 7 around their house as well, and they have night vision and they have auto.
That audio, there has been audio of that slur. It's going to piss me off even more. It's calling that baby that.
Where's the audio? Where's the audio besides when you attempted to trick him into saying it when you were recording a call? Where is the audio? There's not even cameras that have evidentiary value on them. But meanwhile, she has cameras that have him saying these slurs. Oh, wait, the same slurs that she tried to get him to use. And when he said, what are you saying in her recorded call? She came out and said it. And then he repeated it.
Yeah, it's awful.
No, I won't allow Lucas. You don't worry about it, Lucas. I don't allow the R word. I don't allow it in my home, so I certainly wouldn't allow it on his channel. And when
but she allowed it on her channel. If you go back, it was the members only live stream that she intentionally recorded Chris Proudfoot so Nina could use it in her court custody case, and then she took it off members only and made it publicly available during the court custody case.
He said that it pissed me off. Because he knew exactly what the hell I was talking about, the trashy bastard. And I said that right there, because that's what he is. You don't call a kid the F slur. You don't call anybody that. You keep that out of your mouth. And the R slur, no. That's disgusting as hell. Pissed me off. It did piss me off. But he lied and said, what is the R? And I'm sitting here going, really? And I'm trying to spell it. That piece of shit said it. And I thought I was going to lose it even more.
If I don't know if you're asking for receipts on what I'm saying or not, but if you are asking for receipts, there is a members only call that she released, and you can go look and see when it was released, and Jay for Justice and all of those guys started using it for content. It was previously known about. I went off on Terry Lynn. People didn't have a clue what the hell I was talking about. It was because of that recorded members only private call that she did intentionally for court custody, that child case. And then you can go look at the date that it was released publicly and everybody started using it as content, was the same time frame that he was actually going to court against, the same court that Trevor Lee was added as a witness for Nina against Chris Proudfoot. Thankfully, it didn't end up being, because the judge said no, but yeah, it's all there too. And if you need me to, I can walk you through if that's what you're asking for. No problem.
So you know what? We don't know what this child went through. We don't.
No.
Bro, I can walk it through too on that if you need help. Like, you guys can ask me for receipts on anything I say too, because I will gladly show you where it's at too. No problem whatsoever if you need anything too.
He say this. If he had ran, look, I would have ran, took off, and never looked back, because
But if he had ran, there would have been scent trails.
I agree. But I'm saying if he did run, I would have ran like hell and never looked back, and he would have had every right to do so. Period.
Yeah.
Because that child was failed all the way around. And the fact that if factual truth, if this is the factual truth here, that he was on first name basis with anybody from CPS,
Yes.
Yeah,
That's-
because it's something.
Huge shout out to Kathy P for being on the neighbor thing too, and having calls with Mark W to know the voice. Yes, thank you, Kat. Thank you, Revival, for reminding me of that too. Kathy P, absolutely. There is people that actually stand against this shit. There's very few, but thankfully there are.
shady shit, because they failed him too. Then he went to get help. He did. Did you know that? When you tell
He was-
something, he told a teacher.
Mhm.
And then CPS comes out and we're on first name basis, and you get a spanking for it. Get the hell out of my life with that. You get a spanking for that. He's been.
I mean, here's the thing. I believe in spanking my kids when they did something bad or whatever, but I'm not gonna do something to make my kids feel like they're unsafe, because every time we ever discipline our kids, it was immediately following that. Okay, now let's talk about what happened. And let's go through it. Everybody's calm down. You got your discipline. Let's explain why you got, and I asked them, why do you think you got spanked? Why do you think you got, even there too, and I slapped them on their hand.
No, Roro, you're good. You can, it didn't matter to me who you were asking, because I can tell you, I can walk it through for you back and forth if you need me to too. I don't want anybody to take anything I say word for word. I'll walk it through gladly. Like, I will pull anything you want me to.
And kind of thing. Why do you think you got you on that? Whatever. Just to make sure that they understand that they cannot misbehave. The difference though with that is that's explaining, and my kids they understand what's going on. They're not going to school and telling the school that my mom is so mean to me, whatever. I get his thing of, well, things get out of hand. I mean, I was like out of context. Things are set out of context. But when it's happened multiple times, and he's telling, and I know for a fact, because I've got teacher friends over there right now still.
Yes, and I know for a fact who you're talking about.
Connections of all that, and I've
right.
Mr. Tomato Head, should we rewind that and let everybody hear that again? Did you guys catch that? I was waiting to see how many of you guys would. Austin caught it too. She admits to spanking her children, but there was no outrage in there. There's a lot of Kathys in here. You want me to rewind that? Let's rewind that, because I find it ironic too that most people didn't catch on to that. Let's go back here. Let's start at this part.
Shit, because they failed him too. Then he went to get help. He did. Did you know that? When you tell something, he told a teacher. And then CPS comes out and we're on first name basis, and you get a spanking for it. Get the hell out of my life with that. You get a spanking for that. He's been.
I mean, here's the thing. I believe in spanking my kids when they did something bad or whatever, but I'm not gonna do something to make my kids feel like they're unsafe, because every time we ever discipline our kids, it was immediately following that. Okay, now let's talk about what happened. And let's go through it. Everybody's calm down. You got your discipline. Let's explain why you got, and I asked them, why do you think you got spanked? Why do you think you got, even there too, and I slapped them on their hand kind of thing. Why do you think you got you on that? Whatever.
So she slaps 2-year-olds on the hand too. Where's all the people crying abuse? Where's all that? Oh, it's okay that she spanks her children though, because she talks to them after. And they understand. She talks to them after, so they understand. Where's the outrage on that? Huh. Again, many people believe in spare the rod, spoil a child. Not my thought process, not my belief system, but many still do.
Just to make sure that they understand that they cannot misbehave. The difference though with that is that's explaining, and my kids they understand what's going on. They're not going to school and telling the school that my mom is so mean to me, whatever. I get his thing of,
well, your kids don't go to school, ma'am. You homeschool them, so they don't have teachers to report that to. The irony of this. I think we need a button for this. Huh. Isn't that rich? Her kids are homeschooled, so they don't have teachers to report to. Huh.
And isn't it ironic? Don't you think?
Yeah.
Well, you know, things get out of hand. I mean, out of like out of context. You know, things are set out of context. But when it's happened multiple times, and he's telling, and I know for a fact because I've got teacher friends over there right now still.
Yes, and I know for a fact who
have
you're talking about.
connections of all that, and I've
Right.
and I'm not going to repeat what I've heard, but I've heard things.
I'll
and
repeat it for you.
I'm not going to repeat what I've heard, but Terry Lynn, I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it.
And when they are told things, and it's different things, different times, different whatever, different situations, not the same thing over again and whatever. The answer is if the child reports specific things that we feel like they're in danger, they by law have to report it.
Absolutely. And
ma'am, everybody in the state of Tennessee is considered a mandated reporter. That's factual.
it was reported, just like that. I'm going to tell y'all, because I do know this to be another factual thing. Let me ask y'all this, and I haven't really talked about this, but I'm going to talk about it now since I got you here. Why would he, meaning CP, call the school the morning this child is missing? Why would he call to speak to one of Sebastian's favorites?
How do we know that?
Okay.
Oh, the teacher.
Yes, I'm going to say that part. Yes. And why would he even say this right here? Why would he say they need to check who's missing from the workers at the new subdivision? Who's missing? Huh? What the hell? The teacher going to know? How's a teacher going to know what worker's missing, weirdo?
Maybe he was just having a conversation of, I hope they've checked to see if any construction workers didn't show up for work. I mean, doesn't have to be nefarious, but they're going to turn it into it.
In the subdivision, workers in the subdivision.
That are
what workers
the
in the
ones
subdivision?
that are building the homes in that new subdivision beside you.
What would the teacher have anything to do with
That's
that?
my point. And yes, I know this to be factual because I've had conversations. So why would you have that?
It's known to be factual because she's had conversations. Well, ma'am, if you've had conversations with one of the teachers and the teacher is telling you things that were told to them, there might be an issue.
Why would you call the school? And that's the morning that child is missing, and he's not his son. That's Seth's son.
I did not know that. That part that I had not heard. I don't understand that. I mean,
I'm going to start bringing a lot more shit out. I am. I will.
Oh.
I don't understand the connection between the teacher or the school and the construction workers.
Me either.
But here's what I don't understand about that. Not that moment, but the construction workers. If the dogs are over there, this blew my mind. Okay, and I don't know anything about any of this, or I don't understand any of this. Never dealt with it being this before, so I have no idea how this works. So I may be completely off base with this. But I'm standing on my back porch, or my back deck, and I'm watching the drones and the police and the search dogs and all this out here all over the. And while they're out there with these dogs sniffing and searching, the construction is still going on.
I know.
They're still moving dirt. They're still, and I'm over here thinking, what is, if they're searching for a child that's either injured or a body or a scent or a footprint, why wouldn't they have shut down the construction while they were walking over there?
Thank you, because they're crazy. They should have done that. They should have done that.
Trying to put more distrust in law enforcement. Meanwhile, these people are just idiots.
And I think they also should have put the not the crime scene, because I don't know if there's a crime scene or not, but tape around the house and not let anybody go in and out of the house until they fully did a complete search within the home and outside the home. And they didn't do that either.
Nope. And
how do you know that they didn't do that? How do you know they didn't have to put tape up? Like, how do you know? MK, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Thank you. What? How do you know? You can't even see. You didn't even know who these people were. How do you know that law enforcement wasn't the first group in to go through with their canines and search the house? How do you know that that didn't happen? Just because they didn't have tape up? KNS, thank you for the gifted memberships. Y'all, welcome to the cabana, everybody.
And they were allowing cleaning up to be going on, but I'm not going to bring that up either. But I wasn't. But since you brought that up, I'm going to say that.
They were in and out of that house. I mean, there was all law enforcement, Seth and Chris and Katie, and they were in and out, in and out, in and out, all over the house.
Yep, I know. And that's you know what? You cannot do a proper search. You cannot even do a proper. A dog cannot even get a proper scent.
No, it messes up the whole scent. And I just wonder if that's why.
It messes up the whole scent. But meanwhile, Busybody Bobby has been telling us about her kids palling around with the canine handler, right? Okay.
They claim to have a false hit on that stuff because they were moving the dirt around so much.
That's right.
Yes, Mona Lisa. Yeah, it's the same one.
Yes, and that is what.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and when you're allowed to clean shit up and you're allowed to walk through stuff, listen, you messed the whole thing up.
So now they were allowed to clean things up. Okay.
Why would you allow that shit? You should never have allowed that ever.
That's what I'm saying. None of this makes sense.
And
none of this makes sense. What doesn't make sense is why you did this in the first place. But you're going to tell us that still.
They should have done the right thing.
Yeah.
They should have done the right thing, but they didn't. That's called corrupt as hell to me. Because either that or you don't know how to do the job. So here's what I suggest. Sumner County Sheriff's Department needs to hand this shit over to new fresh eyes, as they keep talking about. Y'all don't work with Hendersonville. They won't. Y'all don't work with Gallatin. Y'all don't. I already know that. Hand it over to somebody else. Please give it to White House. Let them handle it for a minute. Let them
do something. The lead detective that I talked to, he said he was also the lead detective over the whole drug bust down the street. And I just kind of got this feeling when I first called him and I told him I was a neighbor here and I had been talking to other neighbors and we were reviewing their camera footage and talking about what we knew and what had happened from day one to now and kind of sharing each other's stories and feelings about things and whatever. I feel like he almost claimed, like he just kind of got defensive from the very beginning. It was like he didn't want me to tell him what we had talked about and what we knew and denied all the different camera footages that I had mentioned to him and whatever. And he kept saying, I don't know anything about that. Knocked down the whole car being on my road. He said there was an Uber car. I'm like, no, because the Uber.
So she's admitting to law enforcement telling her, no, what you're seeing is not there. That's not what the situation is. And she's still denying.
Was up in Devon. And that was at 5:30 in the morning, not at 3. And all this, it was just all this stuff. And I'm just thinking, I don't understand why. If you really want this case solved and you want everything to go back to normal, why would you not be okay with getting help? Exactly. If you have done your job, if you legitimately have crossed every T and dotted every I, and you've done everything you know to do.
Thor, how far is White House even from there? Like, she just wants them to just throw it to another police department that's semi in the vicinity. What in the hell?
Why can't you just admit we've done everything we can? We don't know what to do now.
Because they don't know what they're doing.
Why is that so hard?
Because they don't want to. Listen, it's a pissing contest for one. They don't know how to do this because they have not. They're not. In my opinion,
law enforcement doesn't know how to do their jobs. Okay, law enforcement, it's a pissing match for them. They don't know how to. Okay,
their training is not properly. They're not properly trained for this. This is too
okay. So they need to lower the egos.
Yes,
and they need to give it to somebody else that has proper training.
Right.
But good God, by now, I mean, you got to see what they've done to the construction site now. They're building a road over there.
I know.
There's no way
I've been over
that they're going to find anything over there now.
I've been over there. I've been over there.
Hey, Claus.
The car, she's already spoke about that.
Y'all, this is right after her JLR interview. So they go into Terry Lynn's, talk about this neighbor that went on with JLR. Terry Lynn says, I know her. I went to school with her. I'll text her and see if she wants to answer your questions. That's how this happened. So she texts her and the lady calls her back and this is their phone call. This was directly after the JLR. Same neighbor that went on JLRs, and you're going to hear why she did this coming up soon. It all goes back to JLR.
Car, honey. And it wasn't. And I'm not going to even buy it's an
Thank you,
Uber
Thor.
vehicle. I won't buy that crap. Nobody could
I'm
ever
not
get
either.
me.
No.
But I did
When
ask
he-
those questions that you're asking.
Okay.
I know exactly what you're talking about the, and I get what you're saying, because I've spoke about this too. People will go back and listen, because I spoke about a neighbor that was talking about car, light, and somebody said that wasn't on my camera footage. And they said, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. How about him getting underneath the car? Do you know anything about it? Anything like that? He likes to hide under cars. Because I don't know anything about him like hiding under cars.
Well, you wouldn't know anything about him hiding under cars because that actually didn't happen.
that saw everything going on and called
Listen to this story that's about to come out. Duchess, you might need some holy water coming up here in a second if you haven't heard this yet.
me, asked me if I knew, and told me the story. The following day, I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday, I called her back to kind of ask, like, so wait, did you tell me this, or did I think this, or how did this go? And we kind of confirmed different things. That day when we were talking, and I asked her to confirm, did you tell me this? And is that really what happened? And she also explained to me that the neighbors next to them had told her, the neighbor that called me, that last year, Sebastian, I don't know, got upset, was hiding, playing. I don't know what he was doing, but he ran down the street.
He was hiding or playing. Meanwhile, they didn't even know Sebastian existed in the first interview. They'd never seen him. They only saw the dog in the front yard. They didn't know any of this. There was no toys, no nothing. Didn't even look like a kid lived there. But now, a year ago, the neighbor next to the neighbor that she talks to told the neighbor that she talks to this story. Okay, just wait. It's about to get real fucking deep.
And there's a house on the corner of Winton and Stafford that's on a hill. And apparently he went and ran up their hill and hid underneath their car. And they're nurses that live there, and had gone the next morning to get out to go to work, and they saw him laying underneath. And of course, you know,
So they're nurses that live in this home, and they went out the next morning and they found a kid under their car, and they're claiming it was Sebastian, according to Busybody Bobby.
said that Katie and them called the police at that point in time as well.
Katie even made a police report on this that she doesn't know that she made.
And that's when they found him underneath there. But I don't know how far it went, because if
She doesn't know how far it went, but she knows that Katie called and made a police report about this. Okay. Well, I'm sure Katie would like to know that she made a police report about this.
it must not have gone very far, because it didn't make a scene like this one did. I didn't even know about that one. So it must have been just, they found him and they called the police to make sure he was okay, and he was okay. He had fallen asleep underneath that car, supposedly.
He had fallen asleep underneath that car. So now the kid slept under the car. He was just missing for a few hours, you know, like overnight. They found him under the car in the morning. He was out there playing or hiding, crawled under a car, fell asleep. He said, take a nap. Katie called, made a police report on it. None of that happened. None of that happened. None of that happened. Just so people are knowing, none of that happened. Never happened. People have FOIA'd the police reports from Katie and Chris's house. I kid you not. All of the previous incidents, just like they tried to do with Dre and Marvon. That is factually inaccurate.
Now, what was I going to ask?
But again, that is again third party. So when someone fusses at me about she don't know what she's talking about, I'm just telling you that was what I was told by two different neighbors. So there's that.
By the way, now
I have a tendency of believing the mom over Busybody Bobby any day, or Terry Lynn.
Nashville, the Nashville lady she is a, I need to make this good. She is a realtor, y'all. She is a realtor. I know her personally, and she is a realtor. So I'm like, she's a realtor. She's a real person. She's an actual realtor. That way, y'all know she's an actual realtor. And I'm not timing people out. I did just block that nasty
I figured you hadn't heard that part yet. Get ready, because there's more.
mouth person because I don't want it. That's just gross to me. What I was going to ask you about, on it, and I'm trying to remember it now. Because there's so much wrong here. There is so much wrong here.
Yeah.
And there really is. Okay, they were saying that it was stated earlier that 3 law enforcement officers in the neighborhood. I don't know what that means, Janine.
Yeah, we do. We have several neighbors that are in law enforcement here.
Oh, okay. I know of one. I don't know about the 3. I only knew about the
But
one.
one has been here since almost day one. Actually, there's another retired, what is it? ICE, I think.
Okay.
There's a retired ICE agent ICE agent, then FBI, and retired, and now lives here. He's elderly. He's been and lived here for many, many, many years anyway. And then there was another neighbor that just moved in, that is, I think, Davidson County.
But on JLR, she was so confident in what she was saying of the law enforcement in the neighborhood. She listed their counties and everything.
Metro cop. And then there's 3, maybe 3 that are active and 1 retired. Maybe.
Blue, isn't that ironic? It's an actual, like, factual, because they know all of their shit's there's so much bullshit.
Maybe 2 active and 1 retired, something like that.
Do you think, I don't know if you listened to the dispatch, but
I did some of it.
Okay, because I was like, do y'all not know anything about autistic children? Because how could you say that they look autistic? I was like, what?
What does that even mean?
How does somebody look autistic?
I've been hearing that.
I don't know. Bobby, tell us about your healthy, quote unquote, normal children. Why are you asking Bobby about autism? She used the term, she has healthy and normal children. You know, she's one of those.
As well. And I'm like, I don't know. Like Down syndrome, they have a certain facial features about them just because of how their DNA and their genes form. But autistic kids, I don't like, how do you know?
Keep people with Down syndrome out of your mouth, lady. You are so ignorant, it's not even funny. And I have a special place for all individuals with Downs. Anybody with special needs. But there is just something about children with Down syndrome, adults, that just captivates my heart. The genuine joy. I have been so lucky to be around so many of them, and it pisses me off when ignorant fucking people talk on people with special needs or things of this nature like this.
By looking at them.
Thank you. Because I was pissed by that. It looks autistic.
I think it's because he's got just a really, silly smile. But I mean, some kids just have goofy smiles. He just has a big smile. And I guess because he has such a big smile, people are like, oh, well, that's autistic. No, it's not.
Because he's got a big smile, people are like, oh, he's autistic. Really? Are you fucking, wow.
He's just got a big smile.
He's got,
wow.
It's an infectious smile. I want him to walk out of here and be like, what are you looking for? Looking for me. But I mean, that's my dream.
I can't tell you how many times on Monday and Tuesday, and of course they kept telling us at least twice a day to check your property just to make sure he didn't walk back in and get tired and whatever. And every day, every morning and every night, we all of us neighbors would check around our yard and underneath everything and whatever. And I just kept thinking, any day now, I'm going to check up underneath the trailer outside underneath the deck. I'm like, any minute now, one day I'm going to check underneath that trailer, and he's just going to be laying there asleep. And I'm going to be able to call 911 and say, I've got him. And every day, it never happened. I'm just like, oh my God, come on, kid, come back.
That's my dream. Did you know Seth at all?
Who?
Seth, his father, before?
I know. I literally met him one time at the vigil when I ran into you at the school that day. That's the only time I've ever met him. I didn't know any of these people, none of them.
But she is an admin for the group that Terry Lynn and Seth promoted on Terry Lynn's 5-hour interview. She's been an admin for the Finding Sebastian Rogers private group that was made with some locals, and they've been flip-flopping admins over there for some odd reason. Audacity and I were kind of talking about that last night in the comment section. It's a little odd. Maybe she doesn't want people to realize she was an admin and associated with Seth's group or team. But ma'am, we already figured that out. One of their other admins left that was on the list. They keep coming and going. I don't know what the hell they're doing, but it is right there.
I still haven't met Katie.
What the hell? Oh my God.
And I believe that she probably has only met Seth one time. I'm not shocked by that, but she aligned herself the very day after Sebastian went missing. This Finding Sebastian Rogers group that she's an admin for, that she promoted on her personal Facebook page the day that the Facebook group was made. She promoted on her private page. I showed that last night too, that very group. But she had no alignments anywhere. Okay.
This is crazy. Now,
nope, not yet.
how do I ask this the right way?
Not just you know me.
What do you think about the non-searching? Just what
I have mixed feelings about it, because part of me, I try not to put myself in someone's position in this situation, because I don't ever want to be there. I don't even want to consider where she's at or where they're at, because I don't want to go through that. I don't ever want to be in that situation. Mm-hmm. But I really do, in my heart of hearts, in my gut, in my heart, that if something ever happened to my kids and one of them disappeared, law enforcement would have to tie me down and zip tie me to my house. Mm-hmm. I would be out there going crazy. They said that law enforcement told them to stay home. They said that law enforcement told them to stay home. We've heard that repeated by Seth, Katie, Chris, everybody, that they didn't want. We've even seen posts on Bobby's own Facebook page about how they were sending people home because they were trying to do searches and they wanted people out of the search. We read them last night. Probably tell my husband to stay home. I would probably look at my other kids and my husband and say, you stay home. I'm out. I'm out looking. I got to go find my kid.
That's me.
I don't know. I don't understand. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't understand.
I don't either.
But then again, everybody grieves differently. Everybody panics differently. So I don't know. I can't relate to that. I don't know what was told to them. I don't know if law enforcement told them to stay home just in case he comes home. But I would think.
But that's what you posted on your Facebook page. Okay.
That he could have stayed home. Why couldn't Chris have stayed home? And why couldn't Katie have walked around? I don't know. I don't get it.
How about her driving around?
But in JLR's interview, she did say that the neighbor even went around and helped Katie look around, and they looked in the cellar even. Hello, you said that Katie was out searching. That's how your neighbor knew something was going on and went and helped her. Did you forget what you said a couple hours earlier on JLR's?
She said, was it 45 minutes?
Well, I don't know how long she drove around, but it is on the neighbor's camera, her SUV leaving the neighborhood and then coming back a few minutes. I don't know how long it was, because the timestamp on her video or her footage is broke. So she said she didn't know how long he was gone.
Wait, on whose footage? The neighbors? Because
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, ironically, the neighbor's camera footage, the time on it is broken. But she knows that Katie left the neighborhood at some point in time. Isn't that a new twist? She didn't say that on JLR's. She said that Katie left to go search for her child. The neighbor came and helped. But just wait.
Because I'm going to say this, because I did bust him on this one. You do know they do have cameras. I'm just saying they do have cameras.
Oh, they do have cameras. Yeah, they have them now. They got them installed after the fact. Okay, but wait, where are we headed with this?
And
well, the house originally did not have cameras. That they may have put them in, but the house originally with the elderly family did not.
The listing shows the cameras. It does, but
the listing photos shows the cameras, huh? When the house was being sold. Okay. And that has anything to do with Chris and Katie?
She works for Brinks. We all know that.
Right.
And that means nothing.
Come on, y'all.
Right.
Home security.
She might not want home security in her house. There's a lot of people that think people can hack the systems and they might not have a need for it. But just wait, this is going somewhere I never expected it to go. So we've heard people shame them about not having cameras. Well, just wait. Terry Lynn's about to tell us they did have cameras and the purpose of those cameras. Buckle up, friends. If you thought it was bad so far, it's about to get way fucking worse.
Well, I just know that the elderly family that was there, if they did have them, they never used them. They never mentioned anything about them. Didn't know they had them. They never got brought up. So I just assumed everybody just said that they may have put them in when they bought the house. That was what I thought.
Well, and also the cameras on the inside of the home. Because I did ask him, are you into voyeurism?
Into voyeurism. Cameras on the inside of the home because are you into voyeurism? Did you hear that, friends? Terry Lynn's out here trying to say that they're a part of swingers groups, which is not factual. And now she's bringing in voyeurism. Did you hear that? Do you need me to rewind it? You want me to rewind that? Okay, let me rewind that for you so you can all hear where Terry Lynn's taking us. Okay. Wait, did I get too far? I might have gone too far.
Camera, her SUV leaving the neighborhood and then coming back a few minutes. I don't know how long it was because the timestamp on her video or her footage is broke. So she said she didn't know how long he was gone.
Wait, on whose footage? The neighbors? Because
yeah.
Okay, because I mean, I'm going to say this because I did bust him on this one.
Oh.
You do know they do have cameras. I'm just saying they do have cameras. And
well, the house originally did not have cameras. That they may have put them in, but the house originally with the older elderly family did not.
The listing shows the cameras. It does, but she works for Brinks. We all know that.
Right.
Come on, y'all.
Right.
Home security.
Well, I just know that when the elderly family that was there, if they did have them, they never used them. They never mentioned anything about them. Didn't know they had them. They never got brought up. So I just assumed everybody just said that they may have put them in when they bought the house. That was what I thought.
Well, and also the cameras on the inside of the home.
Listen.
Because I did ask him, are you into voyeurism? I certainly did. And I will never back down from that. Sure did. Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
I didn't know that one.
You got cameras on the inside. Come on. Pony.
Wow.
So, and it's the truth. And if
you have cameras on the inside of your home for any purpose whatsoever, according to TL, you're into voyeurism potentially.
Go back on the listing. I've got the listing still. I still have that listing, by the way. It's on a video. And it's there. It says ADT as well on there. And I was on that phone with him for 3 hours for a reason. I wanted to see if he could last 3 hours. You know what I'm saying? I know I don't want to be his sister wife or his.
I wanted to see if he could last 3 hours. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you sick fuck. I get what you're trying to put out here. Yeah. Now the association with Nina and Robin Rogers, Seth's mom, might make a little more sense to people. Why the narrative has been pushed so strongly by certain people against Chris.
Sixth wife, because he's not my type.
No.
I'm good. But yeah. No, so was it daylight or what do you say? Was it daylight or dark when the person's camera saw her leave the driveway? I don't know.
What?
I mean, if the time on the camera was broken, you would think that they would be able to tell sun up, sun down, kind of thing right there. But I guess according to this, whichever neighbor this is, I mean, we don't even fucking know what she's talking about at this point in time. But
so, wait, see, okay, they're asking about if it was dark when she left the driveway. I guess to go searching for him.
Oh, it was morning when she left to go find. It was. I mean, by that time, because it was still, what do you call it? Fall. So it was. The sun comes up about 5:30, 6 o'clock, about 6 o'clock. And so it was already beginning to get daylight when she left. I do believe.
Okay.
Because the sun starts rising. Didn't the sun start rising about 6?
Well,
it did in fall, right?
Now, if you were
So it was just beginning to come up.
It was
Did she just say it was fall, like the season fall? Is that what she just said? Ma'am, it's the end of winter. February is the end of winter. What?
January there. Do you?
Wait. Did Terry Lynn just say January? Hold on. We got to go back a couple seconds. Hold on.
Was searching for him.
Oh, it was morning when she left to go. It was. I mean, by that time, because it was still, what do you call it? Fall. You know, so it was. The sun comes up about what?
She did call it fall.
5:30, 6 o'clock, about 6 o'clock. And so it was already beginning to get daylight when she left. I do believe.
Okay.
Because the sun starts rising. Didn't the sun start rising about 6?
Well,
it did in fall, right?
Now, if you.
It did in fall, right? Oh my God, it's the end of winter.
Okay.
So
it was
just beginning to come up.
It was January there.
It was January there. No, he went missing February 26th, not January.
Do you remember how cold it was? I do.
Well, this was February 26th, right? February 26th.
What I'm trying to say is what am I trying to say here? When she left that morning, was it daylight?
Which was February 26th.
Wait, it was February. Well, they say in February 25th if you want to go back and do what Walmart's doing. They're saying the 25th, but I know what the temperature was when I was in my car, and I know what I had on and what I was wearing because it's cold as shit. It was chill. It was cold. Because they keep trying to say it was warm. Bullshit. Because my windows were down, playing a song that is not.
The temperature did drop overnight. That happens, but we don't know what time he went missing between midnight and 6. That's the thing. We don't even know. And to say that he would not have been out 100% without shoes because it's so cold, a lot of people don't find those temperatures to be that frigid.
His favorite song. It is not. And I don't anybody ever ask me to play that song. I've heard that. It was not his favorite song.
We don't know what time. Oh my God.
I've heard that he didn't have a favorite song.
It was cold. He likes Taylor Swift. It was cold. It was cold.
It did drop lower than the 50s overnight, but again, we don't know what time he went missing, so we can't accurately say what the temp exactly was. It got up into the 50s, yeah. It wasn't, but again, we don't know when he went missing. The temperature significantly dropped over the next few days. But we don't know because we don't know what time. I mean, if we had a time frame of exactly when he went missing, we could tell you the exact temperature of when these people. But but no, it was cold. Now it would get warmer during the day because my kids, when they went over there to help look for him, by the time that it's like 8:30 that morning, they had a hoodie on, and they had shorts on because a hoodie and shorts. So it was cold, but her kids were out in hoodies and shorts, people. Yeah, Miranda. It's yeah.
It had gotten warmer at that point. It was getting warmer during the day. Then when they were going through the woods and stuff, they came home and put jeans on because they were.
Yeah, according to Bobby, it was fall, and according to Terry Lynn, it was fucking January. I mean, it was February 26th, but
we're gonna be going to the construction site, so it was cold early. It was what. 40s
that morning,
early.
The
40s ish early. Again, to some people that's frigid, horrible. I'm in flip-flops in below freezing. It just depends. Like, we don't know what and again, that has nothing to do. Obviously, the child is missing. However that happened is a concern. We don't know the exact time he went missing. So to say that there's no possibility he would go out because it was so cold is not rational.
Early morning when I was out, it was like 26 or 20, 26. I think it was 26 because I know what I
Because I know
had on.
we had a warm spout.
Yes, we did.
We had a warm snap at that point, and it was like warmer than what I knew. I was like, okay, this is not going to stay forever because it's still February.
And now Bobby is confirming that it was warmer than normal. Okay.
I was still late February. So I know that we had a warm snap, but it was really, really cold in the early morning.
Yes,
and then it would warm up, and then it would drop down and get cold again as the sun would go down.
So
And that's pretty common.
I'm telling y'all, the kid would not, in my opinion.
No.
Listen, that road is dark. I'm sorry. I don't know how y'all live there.
It's pitch black dark. It is pitch black dark.
Because that is a road I would not, at 15, I wouldn't walk down that damn road by myself a lot.
Well, and when we have families that go out and walk their dogs at night, especially like during the time when it gets dark earlier, you always can tell because they've got their flashlights out.
And
they always have flashlights
yes,
with them.
I've seen those people, and it scared the shit out of me. I was like,
if they don't, you can't see them.
But I'm glad that they do.
They have to, or they'll have a reflective vest on or something like that where you can see them. But they have to have something because they can't even see the walk, let alone us see them when they're walking.
Gotcha.
No, I did see that because there's a man, I think he's a fireman or a retired, maybe he's something fireman, and I seen the flashlights and I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Because it's dark.
It's so dark.
It's so
You
dark.
have to.
And I thought if y'all pay an HOA fee, y'all need to get something back. Because
no, we don't.
Oh God. And the cost of those homes. Listen, I couldn't stay there without that. Hello, Kathy. I couldn't.
Duchess just sent me the night of the 26th, like the highs and lows. High was 75, low. Is this? Yeah. Again, it's hard to say. It just depends. Like it was getting warm there and it wasn't dropping super low. Some people have just ran with that, thinking that the weather would have prevented him. There would be no way of walking out. But yeah, exactly, Duchess. Exactly.
But he's not going out. I wouldn't go out there in that dark.
Let me pull it up on my side.
Two, you wouldn't see me without my shoes on trying to get out in that mess because it's dark. You'd have to run like hell. And it's still, I wouldn't do it. I don't like it's nothing in my feet or anything. And plus, there was a night that they were calling for snow, by the way, because I remember it.
Well, and then it rained.
Remember
it rained?
Yes. Yes.
So, no.
And I was like, this is crazy. I remember clearly because I was out there every night and I was driving everywhere. I had one phone recording everything just in case. I had my flashlight, everything, because I thought I don't want to miss anything. If he's in a ditch somewhere hiding, I was doing all of that stuff. And I said, you know what? I must be a dumbass. And I did say that to myself. I said, there's no way nobody's going to be out here hiding anywhere in this.
All right, let me show you guys what I just pulled up here. So this is from AccuWeather. Again, you can go into more detailed stuff with times and stuff like that, but this is just from AccuWeather. This is the one I pulled up. So if you go down here to the 26th of February, the night of the 25th. So the night of the 25th, the highs were 68, the lows were 28. The 26th, the high was 76, the low was 55. So in that time frame, we don't know exact time that he went missing, but there's enough. It wasn't what they're saying. And Bobby herself just said that her sons went out. Yeah. I mean, y'all, it's not hard to look at this shit. Thank you, Duchess. I pulled up the other one so I could show it, but these people.
I'm cold. I'm freezing because it was raining on me. I had my windows down, and I'm like, it's freaking raining. I'm getting rained on right now. Playing this song, thinking that this baby's gonna come walking out somewhere, and it didn't. And I mean, I don't want to cry, but it didn't happen. And I was like, I must be really stupid.
Are any of my locals in here right now? Music City Mom, was it raining that morning? Do you remember it raining that morning? That's the first I've heard of that.
to do this.
You know, we were just all so desperate for him to be found.
I mean, I went down Latterman
Nash?
Lane. I mean, I had to pull over at that church because I said, you know what, Terry, stop.
You got to go home.
No, I went and got people coffee is what I did because I wanted to know what.
Misty Blue, I could not tell you the shoes that my girls have. They're girls. They have a ton of shoes. They steal mine. They share shoes. Well, very rarely. But they have so many pairs of shoes. I couldn't tell you what they have or not. So she could be right. All of his shoes were accounted for. All of his shoes were accounted for, according to Katie and what law enforcement has said. All of his shoes were accounted for. Could there be an option of him borrowing a pair of shoes, something of that nature? Yes. But I still believe when Katie says all of his shoes, because his feet were growing, so he didn't have very many pairs of shoes. So all of the ones that they had purchased were accounted for.
Is really the truth. I wanted to know the truth.
I've never heard that.
I wanted them to tell me the truth. So I went to that damn trailer. I did, because you know what? Country people, they're gonna talk, and we're country. And so I went to that damn trailer. I was gonna get them to talk.
What trailer?
And boy, I think I scared them to death.
What is she talking
I
about?
bet.
But what else could I do? I took them coffee. That's what I did.
Wow.
Because what else could I do? I was wanting to know what
Is she talking about the command center?
can I do? Because I wanted him to be found, but and that was even weird. And I don't know if it was a smart thing to do, taking him that. And then even people that
Holly, that's another good possibility too. If he had this planned out, he could have been prepping and stashing. Like, he's a very smart 15-year-old child. Like, if he planned to run away, he could have. Yeah, there's so many options.
that I know over on that side that I'm sure you know too, that are in law enforcement,
Absolutely,
or they
Dora.
know a lot of those people. It was like they were scared to say anything about this.
They are. Well, they're still on.
And that made me
You
feel
can't-
even weirder because these are my friends.
Even the one that I'm friends with, that I know personally, they won't talk about it.
That's my point. It's like
Well, they shouldn't be talking to people about an open investigation with a missing child. They should not be talking to people, whether you're friends with them or not, for the integrity of the case.
something not right about this. And I'm not blaming anybody. But when you're people that you've been friends with for a long time won't speak,
I bet we're talking about the same person.
I think we probably are. And I'm like, what the hell's going on around here? This is
They
not
went to
normal.
that family went to the vigil we had that Tuesday night, and
Holly,
he was out there with a flashlight trying to get everybody to go around us. We had so much stupid traffic, people just being so daggum nosy, trying to figure out what was going on.
so dangum nosy. Ma'am, you got busted being nosy driving down the street. How many times? And then you got upset because Chris wondered what the hell you guys were doing?
And somebody asked about their cameras, and he just kind of looked at me and said,
Myanmar, I honestly believe 100% he knew. 100% within my soul, I do. And I believe that because the way Seth talks about that and the way he avoided knowing of the date on BHBs, I believe that he did. Whether it was intentional that he knew it, overheard it in conversations, I personally believe he did. Because obviously, if you listen to Seth talk, that's the day his life forever changed. And I think that resentment, bitterness, whether he meant to put that off, I have a feeling he did. Maybe not. That's just my own personal opinion on that.
but we don't have anything, and walked away. And I was like, you are not wanting to talk about this.
Right.
I know there is no way you don't have something on your cameras, because they have the infrared on theirs, the night vision on theirs. And it's got like 7 cameras around their house. So I'm like, but you know what? I wasn't going to push it because it wasn't my place.
No, and I'm not. I mean, who am I? Who am
Right.
I? I'm just a
Misinformation,
mom,
crony.
and I just wanted somebody to look at me and tell me something But when you're scared to even tell somebody that you've known for that long time, I'm just so lost on that. And I've yet to speak on that, really. And I didn't want to ever have to say anything about that.
Mm.
But
It's very unnerving and very strange.
it's bothersome as crap. That's why I'm just like, I wished more neighbors, somebody say something.
Nobody, everybody's
Wait for this. I think Duchess stepped away, and it's probably good that she did, but just wait for this dog whistle that's about to come out to the neighbors. If you think for 1 second going into the conversation that you're about to hear, take these things into account. We know from Bobby herself that law enforcement was heavily, she used the term invaded their area, that they talked to neighbors, that they've been talking to neighbors, that people volunteered and handed their camera footage over, that we know that they were very heavily invested in finding out what the neighbors knew, their camera footage, speaking to them. They, again, invaded them. Now listen to what you're about to hear.
scared to say something.
Why?
Nobody, and I didn't even like, I didn't even really want to do it either, but I was trying to help JLR.
Oh, wait, I forgot. Wait, did you just hear what she just said? Timestamp this. Terry Lynn's video. 3:33 is a good start point. But let's go back for a second, friends, because I want you to make sure you hear that. All right. Listen again.
Scared to even tell somebody that you've known for that long time. I'm just so lost on that. And I've yet to speak on that, really.
There you
And I
go.
didn't want to ever have to say anything about that.
Mm.
But
It's very unnerving and very strange.
it's bothersome as crap. That's why I'm just like, I wished more neighbors, somebody say something.
Nobody, everybody's scared to say something.
Why?
Nobody, and I didn't even like, I didn't even really want to do it either, but I was trying to help JLR kind of get some facts out there because everything keeps getting twisted and turned and crap. And I'm frustrated with law enforcement because I felt like they're not.
She was trying to help JLR get some facts out there. Isn't it ironic that Seth had gone on with Brittany J? Tony has been on TikTok slamming JLR. JLR has been making response videos. And then one of the admins of the group on Facebook, Finding Sebastian Rogers, that's locals that run it, that are affiliated in some way, shape, or form, or Team Seth, if that's what I choose to call them. And I'll show you in part 3 why I call them that. But Bobby came out to do this to help JLR.
Even working with us, or I just didn't like that conversation I had with him, and I just like, I don't understand this. I don't know why. Anyway, I just don't understand.
Listen,
it just doesn't make any sense.
Bobby, do you think you can get them to talk? Do you think you can talk to them? Listen,
do you think you can get these other neighbors who have no valuable information? And if they did, hopefully they just went to law enforcement and left it there. But do you think you can pull these neighbors out to bring out some more speculation and hearsay and misinformation? Please, Bobby, we need those. There's Terry Lynn's cries.
To the neighbors?
Yes, listen, they don't have to go on any kind of camera. They don't have to do any of that.
Well, I've got a good friend that lives down the street, and we've been, going back and I've got 3 of them that I've been talking to that I feel comfortable with. We actually came and met in my house, and we sit in my dining room table, and we were going through all this stuff and back and forth, and one of them has cameras, and we were talking about all this, and I was like, I wish I knew more people that I could get on board with this. And I will tell you,
I will help you. I will help you
without going into great detail, because I can't. But one neighbor in particular is new to the neighborhood, and I wanted to go talk to them, and I was specifically told not to because there was something that was said, and that person is terrified.
There was something that was said, and that person is just downright terrified. Oh, wow, the dramatics of all of this. And meanwhile, you hear that gossipy Gertrude over here and her buddies from the neighborhood had a whole entire meeting, and all of them gathered around her table and compared notes and went over who had camera footage and, all the speculation and theories and misinformation running wild. Meanwhile, she's doing this to help JLR. Listen, friends, this has all been right here all along. If you think for a fact JLR isn't in this for the long haul, you haven't been paying attention.
And these are getting out of their house. And so I was asked not to approach them with this.
Okay.
But I will say this, because I am the admin of our group and we have so many new neighbors,
You're not only the admin of your neighborhood Facebook group, ma'am, you are the admin of the Finding Sebastian Rogers Facebook group.
told my friend down the street, I said, we need to go walk around the neighborhood and just make it be more of, let's make sure everybody's on the group page and everybody has contact information. And then if they want to talk about, do you know anything that's going on? Can we share information about what we might know and see where it goes? But I don't know.
Listen, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this. Somebody needs to be a hero for this child. It takes one neighbor, two neighbors to step forward.
If it takes one or two neighbors to step forward and put some more misinformation out and more speculation and rumors, we haven't had enough of that yet. Meanwhile, if the neighbors have anything, they should go directly to Sumner County or the TBI, and that's all the further. We don't need to hear what they have to say. If they have anything jaw-dropping, earth-shattering, mind-blowing. Stephanie, I think you might have misconstrued what I'm saying here. JLR is in it for the long troll, not the long haul. JLR's intent is the troll. That's all he does. It's the long troll game for him, not the long haul until the kid. It's not about the kid for him. He's got Sebastian's name titled in a stream where he's talking about a grown adult who has nothing to do with Sebastian, period, point blank, end of story, in his private parts. He's never been about Sebastian. It's about clicks and views and salacious content for him. And he was specifically brought in by Seth Rogers.
And do something, say something. We were taught this. If we see something, we say something.
But see, I think that's the thing is that I think neighbors have come forward and told, given their video footage and told what they know, but then it gets stuck.
Well, they talk. Listen, I won't even bring them on.
It gets stuck because there's nothing there. According to law enforcement, there's no evidentiary value of those surveillance footage. And so what if the couple had an argument in their driveway? Pretty typical relationships of married people. I mean, they don't even own a pressure washer, and they thankfully helped us. Well, we didn't need their help, but they confirmed that other fucking fake neighbor from Crime Lines and bullshittery was complete bullshit. Terry Lynn and Bobby did today. Kathy P dropped the bomb on that after her, Duchess, and I realized, oh shit, the heck, what is going on here? People impersonating Chris Proudfoot all along. Mark W.
Like, camera, will they talk to me? I will be their voice. I'll do anything if it brings this child home. Listen, my mom always said this. If you see somebody being bullied and you don't do anything, you're part of the problem. You're not part of the solution. You're just as bad as the one that's doing the bullying.
JB, he's riding that fence for a reason. That's how he does things. He will constantly ride that fence because it's all about what benefits him. It's not about the end of the case. It's not about closure for that. It's all about the wrong troll for him. That's how JLR positions himself. He maneuvers this way in every situation. It's how he does it. Again, go back to see what he did to the Sandy Hook families. If you guys want to see who that truly is, that's the same person. He hasn't changed at all. JLR is very, very, in my opinion, dangerous, especially for victims and their families. And it takes a special type of sick fuck to put a missing child as the title of your video and then talk about a grown man's private areas that have nothing to do. Re-victimizing the victim over and over and over again.
Because you didn't step
well, and that's kind of why I felt like I needed to come forward with all, even though I don't want to. I didn't want to. I just kind of wanted my mom.
And please don't think I'm being rude to you. I'm very passionate about this and very, very amped up because I'm so sick of the bullshit that is being done in the name of this minor child. There's a reason I don't hashtag him, put him in anything, use his name for anything, put his image on thumbnails. I don't do that. And it's not because I don't want to bring awareness to him. I just don't feel that it's anything that he has none of this should have happened anyways. And it's all being done under his name. All of this misinformation, the speculation, the rumors, everything is about, it falls back on him. If that young man is out there alive and well and has to hear or see any of this, it is horrifying to think of that.
On business, I think that's what a lot of neighbors are trying to do, just mind their own business and, you know, try to do it quietly and just share the information on Facebook and you know, get flyers out. And
Claus, thank you for being here. Praying so very hard Sebastian is found unharmed and safe. Nonsense, love you, and being a part of. Thank you so much, Claus, and I appreciate you being here. All of you guys, I appreciate you guys being here and really being concerned. Yes, Nicole. In fact, I should go grab the link and drop it in over here. I talked about it a little bit earlier too. People need to see that. That is so well done. Maybe I should do a watch party on that sometime to get more people to watch it. A lot of people have, but it is so incredibly well done. And it is a very, very good insight to who JLR is.
kind of thing, but
Listen,
then not really say
tell
anything,
them-
but that's not helping.
Tell them screw that. I have a reporter that is one of my best friends. And he's not even affiliated with
She says it again, Kathy, too. Just wait.
what's his face on Channel 5. Not at all.
Oh, Nick Bears.
It
No,
all you.
I'm not even down with
Oh,
that.
okay.
Okay,
Okay, never mind then.
Listen, he will fight for y'all. I know him. And he would fight for y'all. And he would
Who is
say,
this?
he's with 17, I'll say that.
Somebody with News Channel 17.
Oh, okay. Okay,
But
gotcha.
somebody has
Your
to,
friend.
yes, and somebody has to be a hero for this child.
Yeah.
He needs something. Listen, he deserves that. If
Yeah,
that was one
I
of
agree.
their kids, if that was one of their
They
kids,
would want us fighting for them.
by God, they would. I would
Mhm.
search
If
for
it was
their
my
kid.
kid, I
too.
would be out begging people to fight with me.
I would fight for their kid. I would search for their kid. This
Mhm.
kid needs that. He deserves it. I'm begging your neighbors, if they listen to anything, please say
Yeah.
something. If you know it, say it. If you can do it, they can do it too. This
Oh,
You can do it and come out here with misinformation and speculation and more falsities. They can do it too. If anybody has credible evidence or information, please go to Sumner County or the TBI, 1-800-TBI-FIND. That's all the further it needs to go.
we'll work on it. I'll work on it.
I'll work on
will
it.
send you my contact because I'm
Okay.
telling you, there's closure that's got to be had.
Oh,
There really
Yeah,
is.
I agree.
You know
We
what?
need it.
This right here,
Oh.
I'm killing myself because I know if I'm not sleeping good and if I can't stop searching for this baby, and there's people that are really sleeping good and not even giving a damn and having fun on.
You know that they're sleeping well, Terry Lynn. You know that they're sleeping well. Terry Lynn, I will give you credit where it's due. At least you're out there actively putting up flyers. I will give you credit in signs. The intent behind it is concerning to me. But at least you are trying to put up flyers. I will give her that. That's all the further I can go. Because half the time she's stalking the family when she's doing it.
On these YouTube streets.
Yeah. I know.
This is not
It's heartening.
normal. It's it's time is run. It's out. It's out. Okay. Now let's do the right thing.
Let's not say that. Let's not put that out there. Let's not hope that this is doom and gloom. Let's hope that this can have a positive ending, even though the positive ending is going to be totally horrifying. But let's not do that. Let's not say time has ran out. Why are you guys all encouraging people to lose hope? Why? I don't give a shit if you see this in true crime and we have days and blah, 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 and we see this in true crime. You know what the reality is? Alicia Navarro was found 4 years later in Havre, Montana, after being taken from Arizona. 4 years later. There is still hope to be had. I don't care if the majority of them, we can still hold on to hope. That's all we have.
Step up and say something. Be this kid's hero that he never had. Be something like that. Be the better one. Because listen, there's power in numbers. I'm telling you.
I agree.
I promise on everything I stand on. I promise I will stand with y'all.
I will definitely try to go around and see if I can't meet some people and, see if I can't get some voices out there, at least get some information and.
So now bullshitting Bobby is going to come around and try to find more people to come out and speak more nonsense.
Contact info. Like I said, I'm definitely going to try to get some contact info from everybody because we've got several new neighbors that I'm like, that I've never met.
Elizabeth Smart, right there. Yeah, right there.
I mean, I need to get out there and meet some of them. So,
yes.
Well, girlie, it's getting late. I need to get to bed.
Thank you, Bob. And I hated to bother you. I thought
you're good.
And I thought, God bless her. I don't know, but no, if anybody does bother you or hassles you over this, I'll be there with you. I promise.
I appreciate you. I know you will. I do trust you.
I swear on everything I stand on. I promise.
Oh, I know. I trust you.
And
I'll
tell them I'll bring the army too. But I will.
Thank you. I appreciate your support.
You're welcome. And thank you. Thank you for finally speaking, because somebody has to be the voice. That child deserves that. Sebastian deserves to be found.
Yes, he does.
And this needs to be put to
the truth needs to be exposed.
Exactly.
I agree with Sebastian needs to be found, and the truth does need to be exposed. I agree with that.
Let it all out and let it be. That's what this has to happen. Because otherwise, I'm not going to stop. I don't want to harass your neighborhood. I don't. But I got a bullhorn that has not been used yet.
Oh, she got a bullhorn that hasn't been used yet.
And by God, I'm serious. I've already said my bullhorn that I have I only need to buy batteries. I've had that something back there for a little while, and I'm thinking, because I was going
to march the streets.
Listen, I was going to live stream your streets, okay? But I said, you know what? I'm going to be the better person, and I'm not going to do it unless.
We got overwhelmed really quickly with all kinds of traffic. It was rough at first.
Well,
we got overwhelmed with all sorts of traffic. Oh, poor you! You were invaded. So much traffic. Poor law enforcement had to invade the area to seek and search answers for a missing child. Oh, poor Bobby.
See, that's why I didn't do it. But I
appreciate you.
No, you're welcome. But I almost did. But I thought, I was over it because I was getting pissed. But I'm begging at this point. I'm begging, and I'm thankful that you finally spoke. I mean, you didn't have to, but somebody was brave enough. It only takes one person to speak. Maybe they'll follow you.
That would be nice.
Well, you're the example. Maybe they will step up. Well, hey, I appreciate you finally saying something, because I wasn't going to bother you. I was not going to hassle you with that. I wouldn't. But I thought, you know what? She's already spoke now.
Yeah.
Well, it's out there.
It was not comfortable. I'll tell you that. I was a nervous wreck, and somebody said something about, her body language looks fake. I'm like, it was called nervous. I'm like, I didn't want to really do that, but I was doing it to help somebody else that I.
Oh, wait, Kathy, are you still here? I hope you're. Oh, yep, you're right there. Okay, Kathy, I'm going to rewind that just so you can hear that. And I know I'm not saying that you discounted me, but just so you can hear her say it again. This time she doesn't say his name, but we all know who she's talking about. Let me rewind that for you. This is 342-53. 343 is where it starts on Terry Lynn's 12-hour video.
But I thought, you know what? She's already spoke now.
Yeah.
Well, it's out there.
It was not comfortable. I'll tell you that. I was a nervous wreck, and somebody said something about, her body language looks fake. I'm like, it was called nervous. I'm like, I didn't want to really do that, but I was doing it to help somebody else that I felt like, I could speak out to. And we'll see where this goes. I just hope it doesn't blow up in my face.
It won't. You did the right thing.
I was doing this to help somebody out. That somebody being JLR. That somebody being JLR because JLR has been getting grief from TikTok Tony and calling Seth out and Grandma Rogers. And Bobby here admits that she came out 3 months later to help JLR out. Not once, but twice in the same live stream.
Don't ever listen. When you stand for the right thing, don't ever let anybody say you did anything wrong.
What I find really horrible about all of that right there, let me tell you what I find to be disgusting about that. And I'm sure many of you will agree. She's doing this to help JLR. Meanwhile, Sebastian Rogers is still missing. This isn't care and concern over Sebastian Rogers. Not once do they talk about Sebastian needing to be found and how potential that could happen. They talk about needing to help JLR out, not needing to bring Sebastian home. JLR. They need Sebastian to be brought home so their neighborhood can calm down.
Oh, because you didn't. You did the right thing.
I appreciate that.
Well, you're welcome. I
All
appreciate
right, well,
you.
you're welcome. You have a good night.
You too.
I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Bye, baby.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Y'all got Bobby.
Yeah, we did.
And I've known her for a long time. I mean, we graduated together. And let's just really pray more neighbors now will step out in their faith and
make up more salacious rumors. This is the same night after JLR's. This is the same. I don't know what the game plan here is between JLR and Seth. I'm not really sure. Again, you can't overlook the fact that she's an admin for the group, and I'm going to go show you guys that in a second. We're going to go pull up my part 3, and I'm going to show you guys that. But you can't overlook and unsee the things that you see now. So she admits that she was doing this for JLR. She said JLR's name in the earlier section that we went over. Now she says she was doing this to help somebody out. And it's all irony of all of it. I'm going to play this while I pull up the other one.
speak up. Because he needs that army. It only takes one person to be that example. So let's hope that now that she did that, more will come and say, guess what? I know this. I know this, and I know this and this.
Oh, I don't want to hear my voice.
Don't you think she was scared? I know she was.
Scared.
I mean, I know. I've known her that long. But now, maybe she will be that example. Y'all are welcome. I didn't do it. I mean, I didn't do it for me. But I'm just saying, this child deserves a hero. He's been let down too many damn times. I mean, I need a damn dog. You know, and I would never have told some of the stuff that I just spoke on. Trust me, don't be scared for her, because I'll help her. I'll help her. But
she'll help
since
her.
she was speaking, I thought, you know what, maybe now it's time that I speak up and say some of the things that I haven't said.
No, she changed the flyer she's putting up. Straight Talker, she really did. Are you serious? She's altering the appearance. That's hysterical audacity. So they probably tried to remove her as an admin before she did this, but it was already out here because I already did this. I find that to be so ironic. Yeah, she wants a dog now. What, a sniffer dog? And if you think about it, her and Julia had that falling out recently too. Like, these people are just messy. Okay, let's go look at part 3 right quick, and then we'll be done with this. Come on, guys. Speaking of dogs, I'm getting in trouble. I keep getting up. All right, let's go over here. This is my own video. And the reason I'm doing it is because I pulled this up. So let's play this. And then she had said that he was said in this when she left the chat that he would contact her probably the next day.
It's not a bad idea. I get a bad dog off that man.
That was about Chloe, because Chloe was in this chat and was talking Chloe the PI. That's what that part was about.
Yeah, his godmother is Cuban.
Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Yeah, it's not illegal to have a GoFundMe. It's not. His sister started that for a reason. It's not going anywhere. And if it helps him to be able to continue to do what he's
Lizzie, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. Why am I the only one that thinks he did not put his shoes on to be quiet? That's another thing too, Janice. If he had it planned out to run away, that could have been, I mean, that's truly, there's so many possibilities here, you guys. Like, and there's so many possibilities outside the family doing something nefarious. There is a lot of possibilities here, and people are so caught up, they can't even see it. So tunnel vision. And thank you, Janice, for that.
meaning to do. Well, it's days. It's not going anywhere. So I don't count down the threats anyway. I don't think anybody does, actually.
Cynthia, I don't even know what you're talking about. There's ethical ways of making money, but exploiting victims and their tragedies and filling it with misinformation and falsehoods isn't ever going to be ethical. But there's a whole industry of profiting off of people's pain that should be regulated in some facet, because there's YouTubers on here with zero fucking credentials at all that are exploiting people's worst moments while absolutely causing chaos and damage long-term in these cases. There's a big difference here. There's ethical ways of making money and doing things for victims and families and having dignity and respect by telling their stories, their most horrific moments. And some of it's not going to be pretty. There's no way to talk about it. Just like when we talk about Seth's words, Seth has said and done the most. It is what it is. You can't overlook that shit. I don't have any personal feelings as far as Seth, Chris, or Katie. I don't know any of these people. So could all of them lie? Absolutely. I don't have a clue. But when you are purposely filling stories with salacious information and causing chaos, yeah, you should be put in check. 100%.
Well, let me explain something, Angel. Because Angel said, Chris said, law enforcement told them to not allow a GoFundMe and that y'all agreed. That's bullshit. He's just mad because he ain't getting the money. Well, law enforcement wasn't involved in it. But, but it was agreed that.
Hold on here. I want to show you guys this right quick. Look at this shit. Oh, y'all. This group, look at that. This group on Facebook that he's talking about, group was created on February 27th, 2024. Name changed on April 2nd, 2024. These are the mods. There you go. Karen, there's Karen. Let me go back a little bit further before this so we can hear where they start saying that. Hold on.
Actually solve something. It's by crowdsourcing, to be honest.
Let me go back. Oh, that one's not JLR's group. So there's another one. So holy shit, how much confusion. Hold on. Huh.
And if you can, I think both of them are going on vacation.
Here you go. Brianna, thank you, by the way, if I didn't say thank you.
I think they're going to go see their nanny and papa.
This is weird.
Wait a minute. Is Karen? Did I talk to Karen? No, I don't think I did. I talk to Karen?
Yeah. No, you talked.
Wait. Hold on.
You talked to my sister.
Okay, because I thought, wait a minute. Yeah. I can't keep up. I just can't keep up.
But they're both moderators.
No, but wait a minute. Okay, I did. Okay, I talked to your. Okay.
Who's Karen? Anybody know who Karen is? Heard that name yet?
Let's see. Yes, the GoFundMe is on my community wall. I'm going to leave it there. And I can't tell how long he's going to be out of work because he's busy looking for his child. And he's actually doing that. And if you can, you know what? $2 helps. $3 helps. 50 cents. Anything is something. And it's much appreciated. Let's see. Has school. What? You mean has the school? Has the school? What are they asking here? Who chose Sebastian's name? It's a strong name.
I did. I named my son Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. All four of them came to me.
I did like that. Agreed,
lab.
Kathy, USA.
On the lab, he actually goes in and explains the names. So, according to what Trevor Lee told on Granny's, I don't know where that came from, but on the lab, he told that Wayne is from his father and Drake is because of a dragon. Just so everybody's aware.
Maybe that hurt me, but don't you with my
So, right there, he says that he named him, which we find out too later on down the road. There's more to it, or he adds more to it.
kids. That's the truth. That is a factual truth. It's his
The only
name
thing for my kid.
Karen S.
it's a strong name.
This is all interesting. Cynthia, I'm not a part of any group, so that term is very loosely used. I use my platform to talk about the victims and the exploitation being done to victims at their worst time. Victims of horrific things all across the board. Cult victims, victims of horrific things that all sorts of shit. Anyways, that's what I talk about. Oh, sorry, y'all. I'm over on the other window looking at these comments. Can you see me scrolling over there? That's Jaden's mama. Huh. These were his people. Huh. She was on Queen Bee's when they were out there. Yeah, she has. Yeah. Sorry, I was on the other page looking at the comments. Interesting. She's been on Queen Bee's when she was out there searching. Cynthia, the first big problem with that is getting YouTube to even recognize their own terms of service, because they actually profit off of this whole industry of profiting off pain too. And then JLR acted like he had no clue what was going on. Meanwhile, Jaden's mom is a mod for that. I got questions. I got lots of questions right here. Lots of fucking questions.
Yes. It's a beautiful name. A cherry punch. I like the peach as long as it's still hot and I can have.
I stand with Duchess on that.
I believe in crowdsourcing. I'm going to be honest. I do believe in crowdsourcing. Now, if you're throwing out some like really off the wall stuff, listen, that's crazy pants. I'm not going to sit and listen to that. But if you make some sense about it and I can understand what you're saying, and we can crowdsource, because that's some of the best ways that you can actually solve something is by crowdsourcing, to be honest.
Oh, that one's not JLR's group. So there's another one. So holy shit, how much confusion. It's not JLR's group. Okay. So not JLR's group. So there's another one that Seth's sister and Karen and those guys are in. Jaden is the one. Yes. Imposter. Yep. Was the one that the repent Chris Proudfoot guy was out there arguing with. That really blows my mind though. Oh, okay. I'll get through this and then I'll speak on it, because what the fuck, man? I got questions. I still do. Yeah, I see it right here.
You know what? And I said I'd speak about that. He can stay that way. I don't care.
Yeah, he was upset that my.
It's this group. It's this group on the screen. I just clicked the link. It's this group right here. Finding Sebastian Rogers, no speculation or theories. This is This is the group, and I'm about to show it. And this is part 3. Now, reminder, this is a part 3 of my series. When I was reviewing Terry Lynn's, Seth refers to the admins of this group when they're promoting this group during this live stream. He talks about this. They drop the link for this group. I was at first expecting it to be JLR's group. Well, no, there's this whole other group, this Finding Sebastian Rogers group. Bobby is an admin of that group. So she is not only associated to JLR, but she's associated to Seth and his team too. Oh, and I'm in the largest groups, and JLR was out there, and then the second one is ran by Seth's sister. Yeah. Fuck, oh dear. Why is this so much shit? Why is this? So this is his sister's group that was started the day after Sebastian went missing. The fuck, man. This way. I'm going to walk you through and show her. Let's finish this out.
Mr. Seth, many thoughts and prayers for Sebastian. Much respect, and I'm praying for a safe return. I'd say that's much appreciated.
Girl, I'm going to come sit by you. This is irritating. And this was March 18th. If you think about it,
About interviewing the local.
So they started a private group. His sister started a private group, but Seth doesn't do social media. But we also found out that which we know now isn't true, because he said on BJ's that he's had Facebook forever and it's just private. So we know that that's now discounted too. Sebastian was on YouTube at this point in time watching game. I got too much. JLR's group is the mysterious disappearance of Sebastian.
I appreciate everybody's prayers, positive thoughts, and if people are helping passing out flyers, I really appreciate that as well.
This is some bullshit.
No, I haven't, Sonny. But you know what? I'll speak to one of my PR people about that.
One of my PR people about that. Again, mention of PR people on March 18th. And we know Chloe's not involved in this yet because she had just been to the vigil. And then she had said that he was said in this when she left the chat that he would contact her probably the next day.
It's not a bad idea.
Seeing how his godmother is Cuban.
Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Yeah, it's not illegal to have a GoFundMe. It's not. His sister started that for a reason. It's not going anywhere. And if it helps him to be able to continue to do what he's needing to do, well, it stays. It's not going anywhere. So I don't count down the threats. I don't think anybody does, actually.
Well, let me explain something, Angel. Because Angel said, Chris said, law enforcement told them to not allow a GoFundMe and that y'all agreed. That's bullshit. He's just mad because he ain't getting the money. Well, law enforcement wasn't involved in it. But but it was agreed that.
Hold on here. I want to show you guys this right quick. Look at this shit. Oh, y'all. This group, look at that. This group on Facebook that he's talking about, group was created on February 27th, 2024. Name changed on April 2nd, 2024. This is a different group than JLR's. I'll go back. I'll show you guys. I was even confused. I thought when they were talking about a Facebook group, I assumed it was JLR's too, the mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. No, this is a completely separate Facebook group started by people that Seth associates with. And Bobby, the neighbor you just heard on JLR and Terry Lynn's, is an admin of this group who advertised this group on her private Facebook page on February 27th, the day that the Facebook group was made, a day after he went missing. A GoFundMe was created the 29th by the sister too. How did they know he was going to still be missing and all of this was going to be needed within the first day or 3? These are the mods. Here you go. There she is. Karen. There's Karen. Most of these are all locals. Huh. You can see the wheels. So the day after he went missing, his... Okay. All right. All right. So the GoFundMe was started. Oh, shit the bed. You can tell, I don't like... You can tell I do not like anything that's dinging in my head right now. The WD-40 needed to be working for the wheels to keep going because they just stopped. Like this. Okay. The 29th. Which one you want me to go to? There she is. The friendly neighbor. These are the admins. You can go do this yourself and you can actually click on those profiles and it'll take you right to it. I don't know what you want me to look for. Did you get that clue? Did I show you guys enough? Hold on. Let me go backwards. This is the last one. They're all locals, it looks like. People don't want to pay attention. There's Bobby. Clue, did you see what you wanted to? Okay, you saw it. Okay. Huh. So the GoFundMe was started February 29th. The group, oh, I don't like those, was started the day after. Okay. Okay.
Note that Chris, Katie, and I would not start a GoFundMe.
Okay, so there's the group part, but
And I agree.
I'm going to back it up just a part here because I wanted to show you guys like how I even got to that point. I want you to hear what Seth has to say out of this. I am probably going to be at the wrong spot, but I think I finally found where I want to go with this. Because he says that, okay, let me go to 20. We're going to go right here. We'll start from here.
Yeah, I have insurance on my son. I bought him the Gerber grow up plan when he was like 2.
So he says, yes, he has insurance on his son. He bought him the Gerber grow up plan when he was like 2. The audio quality on this interview was terrible.
I had a pot of coffee today.
A pot.
Huh? What?
A pot.
Pot of coffee? Yeah.
Oh my God. Hello, Sassy Susie. Yes, I did see where he was on that. You are correct. Light and sound. Absolutely in the bushes. He can't, but he's still going.
Listen closely.
He tried. Told me he needed to go to sleep. He needed to eat and rest. Yes, you do take out life insurance policies on your children. Absolutely.
Yeah, it doubles when he turns 18 and the price doesn't go up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't. You got to jump through. Oh my goodness, you got to jump through a lot of hoops to get to Seth.
I have PR people and I have a sister.
I have PR people and I have a sister. Again, this original interview was done early March in this whole thing. I think it was March 21st. No, hold on. Let me go pull my calendar. Hold on. Let me tell you the exact date. I don't know why I just said that because it's right here. The original interview with Terry Lynn was the 18th. The 18th of March. Okay, so that's when this interview was from. I did the recap of it May 25th, but listen to what's said.
You gotta jump through hoops to get to Seth.
So on March 18th, he says that he
Oh,
has PR
I didn't
people
know
at that
that.
point in time. He has PR people.
It's a fact. And I'm not laughing. It's not funny, but yeah, it is a little funny. But yes, you have to really jump through some hoops. I'm like, oh my gosh, you kind of do.
That's weird.
You got better luck getting a hold of the president than you do me.
That's kind of true.
But at least I know where I'm at.
True. But yeah, he's not lying on that one. I doubt you're going to get a number to the manager. Good luck with that one.
Well, first you have to join the Facebook page, and then you have to ask one of the
First, you have to join the Facebook page. So he knows about this Facebook page that they're about to promote.
moderators, which moderator is in charge, and then you have to private message them, and if she approves it, she'll send it to me.
If she approves it, she'll send it to me. So the Facebook page. So first you have to join a Facebook page, which I'm assuming was JLR's Facebook page. And I assumed wrong. It was not. It was this Finding Sebastian Rogers group page. Potentially. I'm not sure. I don't know if he says. But then you have to message him.
And then it may take a hot while. Thank you, Nurse Trixie, and thank you for being here.
I'm going to be quiet. That's
Yeah,
right.
you're gonna go out a window, Samantha.
Brianna asked, does anyone else remember the hell Lindsay Neiman caught when she said she had insurance on Kylie? Guess it's okay now, huh? Which it always was. Yeah. Oh, shocking. Was it Michaela? Does it happen to be Michaela?
Sweet dreams, Nurse Trixie.
You guys are getting a real live version of me connecting dots that are finally like, wait a second here.
Were Sebastian's windows? You know, somebody one of them brought the windows up. I don't remember who it was. And I don't even remember why they were brought up, to be honest.
No,
that was the first
Misty Blue. That was Ryan Upchurch.
they had actually been brought up. It was odd. If he knows, then he's going to be able to answer that one. I don't have an answer for that. Do you have an answer for the window?
His bedroom windows were locked.
Okay, so they have locks on there.
Okay. And then I go into showing the Facebook page. You can go back and watch that. But he says that you have to join the Facebook page that's ran by his PR people who were Karen, his sister, Bobby, the neighbor that's only met him one time. So I find it really ironic that an admin from his Facebook group that he promoted, that's people he knows, has an admin who goes on a live stream with JLR after Seth makes an ass out of himself on Brittany J's. Something is weird here. Not shocking. She didn't have any information. She contradicted herself. All of it's a mess. But there's intentional deflection and distractions going on. That's all there is to it. And Miss Bobby over there has been doing the most for quite some time. But she is absolutely an admin. Well, has been. I have proof of it. I mean, you can see it right there. You can see all of it. That, again, was on March 25th. I don't know why they're doing all this juggling stuff with taking admins in and out and getting rid of people, but she's still an admin. She was back then, too. I don't know. Anybody have any questions? Yes, she did. She runs a private. Yes, Jennifer, she does. She has a private Facebook group for neighborhood happenings too. But this is a totally separate group called Finding Sebastian Rogers, and you can look at all of that too. I posted screenshots. I've actually screen recorded and walked it all over there. Her son's girlfriend has a Facebook group too. Well, that's probably why the son's Facebook group or the son's girlfriend got confronted by Chris because of shit she was posting. These people are just doing the absolute most and then wonder why they get called out. Yeah, Jennifer, I'm not shocked. Not shocked at all. Nothing. She contradicted. The only thing she did, Sheila, though, I will say, is she confirmed Katie's story. She confirmed a ton of things that Katie and Chris were saying. And she also confirmed the need for them to leave. Hey, Aries. Hope you're having a great day. Does anybody have any questions on what I'm trying to show you? She says right in that, like, you don't have to take my word for anything. You can go back and hear it. She was doing this to help JLR out. Why would JLR need help from somebody in Seth's team? Oh, well, wait, they were in communication quite a lot. Seth actually reached out and brought JLR in. Does anybody think that JLR is up to his old tricks of trolling victims again? Oh no, Bobby is an admin of this Finding Sebastian Rogers page. Is her daughter and or daughter's boyfriend's girlfriend one of the admins of that group too, Jennifer? Is that what you're trying to say? Is she an admin of that same group? The Finding Sebastian Rogers? I don't think he ever stopped trolling either. Yeah. Well, Seth intentionally brought JLR in. It's crazy. Absolutely. Hey, Robin, thanks for joining me. Hey, always me 1969. I'm waiting for Jennifer to confirm if that's what she means or if there's a separate one that the son's girlfriend runs. No, Jennifer, Seth's sister and Karen, who were out there, that's who he talked about in that started that group. That's Seth's sister's group, the Finding Sebastian Rogers that Bobby is an admin for. I don't know if Seth's sister is still an admin in there. They're changing up admins in there quite often. Hold on, let me go over here. Let me go to Facebook. Hold on, I'll walk you guys to it. But people are going to get pissed because Facebook profiles, a lot of people, I tried telling her lock them down too, but people don't listen. So let me go over here and show you the Finding Sebastian Rogers group. All right. Show you guys. Okay, so this is the group right here. It was created on February 27th. The name changed on April 2nd. There you go. There's the group history. So everybody can see. This is the one that Bobby right here is an admin of. Karen, Autumn, Gina. I don't know who these people are. Amanda. I don't know who those are, but Karen and Mrs. Bobby are admins. And then you can click on their profiles. Actually, you can click on it and go right to her page and see that Bobby on her person, because it links to her personal Facebook, because she's this is a private group too, people. You can go click there and see that she promoted this Finding Sebastian Rogers group on her private page on the 27th. Yeah, Jennifer, I'm not sure what the girlfriend's name is or what group she has or what anything, but Miss Bobby has been a part of this. Yeah, I heard that too, Jennifer. Yeah. I'm not sure what private my ass, right? I'm not sure what the son's girlfriend is a part of, but do we know what the girlfriend's group is? Does anybody know the name of it? We can go look it up if you guys want me to. But this one that I'm talking about that has links to Seth, that Seth promoted in Terry Lynn's video on the 18th of March that said, if you want to get a hold of me, you reach out to one of my PR people, aka his sister, Karen, those guys. And I walked that through during that part 3 and showed all that. Well, it's just odd. It is so odd that there's so many weird movements here. And then she's been linked to Terry Lynn too. Like, mm-mm. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he's as sly as ever. Chopper, I find it so weird. I know Sheila, that's what she said, that he wanted to talk to. I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all for wanting to shut shit down if they were running rumors and speculation. I don't blame him at all. Oh, Kim, they'll eat it up still. There's a link to where the ex Nina worked. Have you seen that yet? I don't know. Yeah, Jennifer, I do too. Yeah, I'm assuming, I don't know what group they were referencing either, but I know Bobby associates with that group that is a part of Seth's team that was created the very day after he went missing. I find it ironic, though, that somebody from his kind of team and their group would go on an interview with JLR 3 months after the fact, after Tony, Seth's PR guy, has been talking shit on jail. Like, all of it's just weird. Oh, Cynthia, yeah. As far as an agenda, that's kind of hard to narrow it down in context of like the big picture, because first and foremost, there's an entire industry that profits off people's pain. There's mainstream media as far as Nancy Grace and people like that do it too, and they are hugely profiting from it. I mean, there's a whole event called Crime Con, profiting off of people's pain and suffering. Truly, like, until people start recognizing that these victims and these tragedies need to be covered with dignity and respect, and you can do it ethically, you can make money on social media. That's not the problem. It's how people go about it, and they add in salacious misinformation. It's going to end up tainting jury pools. I guess for me, it's more about highlighting the misinformation and the speculation and the patterns that repeat in each and every one of these cases. And it attempts to try and open people's eyes to the bigger picture, because many of the subs, creators alike, are a huge part of this problem. People are drawn to it. Like today, there's 347 of us in here, which I'm super thankful for. Thank you all for being here and hanging out with me. But JLR will have 6,000 people talking about the supposed PR guy's peen slip while using a missing child's name. Like, it's just gross. But people are drawn to it. Oh, I agree to an extent. Like, I don't like JLR at all. Not one bit. He's as grimy as they come. JLR is scum. I'm not going to say it's not. I've seen him do real life shit to real life victims, such as the Sandy Hook. I will never give that man a pass or condone any of his shit or say that he's changed, because this is all the long troll. Just as far as his mysterious group, the mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers, that was a previous group he had that he just switched the name on. JLR is JLR. It is what it is. He didn't need to say what he did, but Tony, these guys are getting in a pissing match with egos. And the sad thing is that at the expense of a 15-year-old missing child. Jolene 420, thank you for becoming a member. I know, right, Jennifer? I know. I know, Kathy. I just wish he would be found too. Steph, I don't think so. I genuinely do think it was a camera slip that he didn't realize happened, because people were streaming it live. I know for a fact yesterday when I went to fact check it, somebody sent me, because I was so disgusted by it being reposted all over the fact and people using Sebastian's name to do it. I was just pissed. But somebody I don't watch sent me, or somebody one of my people sent me a link to Crime Crazy. I don't know her name, but she was streaming that TikTok live. So the comments are actually over the screen as it's going. It's very authentic. And she was commenting in it as it was going and restreaming it. She was doing that. And it still happened in that. So I do not think it's an altered thing. I think it was a mishap of the green screen. But I think it's disgusting that it's being shown with Sebastian's name in the comment section because he has nothing to do with it. Yeah, demon. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Cynthia, I'm with you 100%. 100%. Like I'm not going to lie to you. I am absolutely monetized. Absolutely. No, don't take that as I have a very small channel and a very small but I'm so thankful. But with the proceeds that I do make, I am able to turn around and help with things like billboards, donating to organizations that help victims and things of that nature. And that's what I really focus on my channel. If every person that covered stories like this donated a portion of their income, the change that we could make, truthfully, in some of these people's lives, because there are so many missing that deserve to be brought home, truly. Thank you. Yeah, it happened in real time. Tells TikTok Tony did. Bitch, I'll text you back in a minute. Yeah, exactly, Cynthia. Exactly. 100% agree with you. 100% agree with you. And I think that's where it's hard. Like, we are in the process, just so you know, Cynthia, like, kind of my goal with the people that I'm close to and kind of work more connected with. A lot of them cover, I've just gotten recently to meet some of these people too, but they really focus on the missing people. What we have been doing, me and Islanders, is we are collecting data about the types of channels that cover this stuff, the exploitation, like data entry points. So as we can compile it, we have some sort of like, how is this even happening? What's the percentage of this happening? Like, we have some data points to kind of go back to and look at it. Okay, clear. I got you. Let me see what you said. Yeah, when? I just read it. When, ma'am? Just tell me when. I'll make sure. I'll text you that too. Name the date. All right. Any questions? Yeah. And I'm really hoping, Cynthia, I am really interested in finding like a legit investigative journalist, a legit group that has the credentials and the schooling and the education to understand all of this and do a big piece on how much of this happens from top to bottom and the impact that it can have on juries and go on forward, things like that. Okay. Okay. Oh, be legend. And somebody did ask me, like, how is this me not being biased? I need people to understand me pointing out sus words and statements. I'm going to have a reaction to because it's horrifying to see what he has done. I don't know him as a person to like or dislike him. I don't have a personal bias as far as feelings. He triggers the fuck out of me with things that he has done to his ex. I can say that on a personal note, but I am able to separate that his words are what they are and they're disturbing and it's disgusting. And if you just look at their public displays, do I have a bias against Chris and Katie? I guess maybe because she was the last one. Like, I don't know any of them. I don't communicate with any of them. She was the last one to see Sebastian. But what we've seen from them has been way more, it's way different than what we've seen from Seth. You're good, Clue. You're good. Why? Because they like to waste resources, Rainbow Bee. Yeah, I really wish we could get a big, it needs to be highlighted on a big platform, truthfully, like somebody with the actual credentials to do something to get people to talk about the exploitation, because we've seen it happen so many times, and it's not a matter of when it's going to happen, it's who the next victim is. And it's the same thing. Oh, Cynthia, I'm not, but I will look into it. Thank you for letting me know about that. I see you, Survivor. I love that. I've done some, there's one of my really good friends on here, Amethyst, and she wants to do some history on like the profiting, the paying for profit, basically back years. I mean, this has been decades that this has been happening, and how people can remember, they can remember the horrific details of a crime, and they can remember the criminal. They can tell you all sorts of stuff about the person who committed the crime, but they don't know shit about the victims. And it just shows a need for victim-centered focus. Link for the video. I don't. Bye, KNS. Thank you so much. Aaron, I'm not, do you remember what I was saying? Which video? It is a cesspool. He smiles. Yeah. The JLR video, the peen one, is that what you're talking about? Or the Daisy? Are you guys talking about the Daisy one? So you can go, oh, Aaron, Deets video. Let me go grab it. Hold on. Let me go grab Deets video. No, I know exactly which one you're talking about now. It's an older video that she did. It's probably been close to a year now, but it's a compilation. I'm sure there's more that she could add to it by now, but this is a really good overview of who JLR is. Truly, it's horrifying. And I really encourage you to take the time to listen to this video. It is intense. Wait, did she take it down? She couldn't have taken it down, did she? Did I just not go back far enough? Oh, it's a year. Yep. Okay, here it is. Okay. Go over here. Oh, not that. Oh, dang it. Hold on. Give me 1 second. It's going to give me issues trying to hyperlink that. Hold. Pause. I got it, though. I'm coming. It's got 21. It should have freaking 200 and some million views on it, truthfully. Like, people need to see this shit. Really, 200 and some million views. Oh, not hear me in double speed. That's scary. Okay, there it is. That's the direct video. Yeah, Demon. I'm thinking maybe I'll ask Deets if she would be okay with me playing it. I'm sure she wouldn't mind one of these times, but if you guys have the time, please go watch it. Am I on TikTok? Yes, I am. Yes, I am on TikTok. Yeah. Under Nonsense on the Web. I mostly post cat videos on there, truly, or dogs. Yogi Caravan Park is, and I don't know, Steph. No, you're good, Kels. You're fine. You're totally fine. I'm not weird like that about other people mentioning creators. Momming it up. Nonsense on the Web. I'll post it in here. is my email. They'll tell you I'm terrible at checking my emails. And it's not a lie. Like, that's people's biggest complaints, because I just don't. It's one of the last things I ever do, and I never have time for it. Make sure I got everything else. Yeah, true crime comedy chat. Absolutely. Oh, Heels has a bunch of videos on JLR too. Yeah. Yep. She would be like so upset. Clue, have you I'm not going to tell you. If you haven't watched what he's done, he's everywhere for a reason. There's intent behind this. This is who he is. Like, he's there to stir chaos. That's the intent. Yeah, that's true. True crime. Oh, Chopper. Yeah. I'm glad people know. Two Old Crows, Spanky. I have done a lot of content on Spanky. JLR isn't a grifter in that sense. He's not money motivated like a lot of them. I think that's why the term tragedy pimp for me and grifter and JLR is not money motivated, in my opinion. And I've said that numerous times. I think he's motivated for the thrill he gets on exploiting this pain and suffering, but I don't think it's necessarily money motivated with him. I don't like the term tragedy pimp anyways, because we all talk about people's tragedies. So truly, at the end of the day, we all kind of cross that line. That's why I stick to misinformation cronies usually. That's what I've been doing for almost 2 years. Yeah, the Wikipedia page is crazy. Justin was taught by Molly, Two Old Crows. Justin Spanky was the first year on this app. He was part of the misinformation that I was correcting, and that he has been terrible all along, doxing his SA victim down to her social security number. He has just been horrifying, announcing that a Marine veteran passed away when there was no proof of that whatsoever, and they knew that, and doubled and tripled down on it. Like, he is just an absolute piece of shit, in my opinion. Intention is key for sure. Yeah, Clue, I will highly disagree though. Once you see what he did to the Sandy Hook families and the putting masks on graves and carrying around there's just no one seeing it. And it's every single case. It's every single thing. Every time he's purposely involved, he's purposely brought in as an agent of chaos. He is the ultimate troll, and that's his goal. And he says it, and it is what it is. Whether it's good, bad, indifferent, does he bring attention to stuff? Yes, with the intention of harm. He don't care the outcome. Yeah, I've never believed it was about money for him. Hey, Nora. Attention and harm. Yeah, Chronicles, I get with that. Yeah. It's not money motivated with him for sure. There's a lot of people that have different motivations out here, though. Like, a lot of people, some of them are money motivated. Like BJ, you can absolutely say she's money motivated. BHB is definitely money motivated, but she's also attention seeking motivation, and the harm and the damage and propaganda, a lot of political propaganda from both of them. There's a lot of that with both of them. That's very, very, yeah. Clue, I will never tell you what to do. Just be really careful, because trust and believe, he's known for what he's known for, because he's got decades of doing this. Wiki is really hard too, because Wiki, you can go in and edit. Anybody can and do stuff. So, oh, I used to be cool. Yeah, we hate JLR. Well, there's a reason for it. What he did there was absolutely horrifying. Absolutely demon. Everybody can fit into that. Yep. Yep. It's crazy. Yeah, that's not shocking, Rainbow Bee. Pascal kind of exited. Yeah, I think he's currently still harassing a creator on this app. Possibly more than one. That's what they do. Yeah, absolutely. Sweet Sativa BJ's a well, she's just a true fucking train wreck. Yeah. Yeah, AEIOU, that's not shocking either. A lot of these people associate with other people for the best benefit of their channel. Like they both don't like BHB right now. So yeah, it's an enemy of an enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing. That happens a lot out here. It's content farming. It's how they work. That's why all these creators suck up to JLR, because it's content farming. They can use his content and get away with it and not be worried. They suck his ass because they're afraid of him suing them. Truthfully. It's not even joking. Yeah, Pascal kind of checked out. Oh, he did, Sparrow? Ah, damn it. Just when I thought he tapped out. Yeah, Clue, I have differing feelings on that. If I'm correcting your misinformation, some of the people I will give credit to, but some of them I don't have time for that shit. I guess for me it's different though, because I am here just to correct the misinformation, and people take it so personally, and that's all I've ever done, and it's always been this. So some of them, like, they know who it's from. I never try to hide who it's from or whatever. And if they ask for a link, they know how to find it. Like there's never a case like that. But I just also am not going to link people to go sub up to a fucking person that genuinely fucking causes real life harm to these families. Absolutely, Cynthia. Some of them can. Some of them it's a game too. I hate the hate bonding, right? Oh, Misty Blue, you're good. I'm almost out of here. I'm just realizing or reading the rest of these. Yeah, exactly, Clue. Yeah. If they're fucking, and that's all they do. Like, oh, y'all. Revival, are you still in here? Fuck, I said her name the other day. Not Revival. I don't know if Revival's still in here or not, but Revival, I haven't even sent you this today. Y'all, guess who the fuck is following me on Facebook again? Like, bitch, why don't you go away? Like, why? Why don't you just, like, me and you are never going to be friends. We're never going to be cool. It's never going to be like, you've tried so much to be friends with me, and bitch, you are like the scariest fucking thing I've ever came across. This is from yesterday. Look who that is. Those that know are going to know. Those that don't probably won't, and consider yourself lucky. Why? She's following my Facebook page again. Why? I know, T, right? Right? You guys are like, ah, fuck. You did? Yeah. Right. Exactly. I'm like, no. I will give people a very fucking quick history lesson on her. Tube top Tammy, right? I will give people a very quick lesson. If you want danger, go there. The bitch lies about a loss of a child, lies about her name, by the way, which is Brittany Nicole too. Yes, Revival. Yes. That was last night. I got a notification on Facebook because I was looking at that Facebook group and it said 50. I was like, mother effer, not again. No, Clue, I know you don't know. Like, I'm not judging you. But I will absolutely help you find. I learned the same way. Had to learn the same way. Like when Betty called me on the phone, that was the best freaking laugh I've had on this platform still. When she called and left me that veiled message with the threat, I laughed so freaking hard because I'm like, you people are just ridiculous. But I had to learn. And thankfully I had people that helped me find the truth and the videos and the history and stuff, and not just like rumors and speculation of what people disagree with, like the real life harm, because that's what I was interested in. And I had a lot of people to guide me. So trust and believe I was in the same boat when I started, because I knew who none of these people were. And if you hear the creator that people assumed I was because I was under an alt with a voice changer, that opened up Pandora's box for myself. And I was considered to be like the most hated creator on this app for like a year. So no shit. We're not saying it more than once. I don't think anybody's jumping on her. Yeah, it's definitely not about that. None of these ones that I talk about aren't personal at all. When I say they're not personal, they're really not personal. These are just people that, and I want people to do their own research. 100%. Like, I absolutely want people to determine their own beliefs and their own thoughts and feelings on it, because a lot of it seems very dramatic at first, if I say that, because, you know, YouTubers like to throw a little extra oomph into stuff. When you peel back the levels of things on these ones, you can't unsee it. And that's what I had to do. And it took me a long time too. I'm still learning. I just started trying to find people again. Like I did this last time, like, oh yeah, I can get down. Like, yay, there's more people. And then I was like, ugh, no, don't do that shit. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. I was like, oh. No, I'm glad that you're willing to even look at it though too, because he is. A lot of people like Dolly too. I'll be honest. A lot of people like Dolly, and they think what Dolly does can be funny. It's, I guess, the dark humor side of things would be fine, but the exploitation and continual harm. This is a 15-year-old child that they're discussing. There is not, to me, any type. Yeah, he is unique is a good way of describing him. And dangerous in my opinion. There is no room for humor when it comes to a 15-year-old missing child that has had some of the most horrific things happen to that child. And we've learned about it because of the bio father. And then Dolly puts a notch on it to like make it funny. There's nothing funny about it. I find Dolly to be just utter disgusting. That's why I can't watch him. Like utter disgusting. If he did stuff outside of true crime and didn't exploit the victims, the Quentin Simon shit was so unacceptable. But I was one of the very few creators that was so disgusted by the fact that a clown was brought down there too. Like, I'm not the type to meet chaos with chaos. So I was coming from the side of Marvon, because they were in Molly, Justin, and a few others were in Savannah, not just because of the Quentin Simon, but because of the Marvon piece. So we were watching it from them announcing that Marvon had passed away when that wasn't true. And the other ones were counter protesting. Like, it was so chaotic, but I was so disturbed by all that shit. I was so disgusted because it just brought another level of chaos to it. And that was so gross to me. People have to come, and you know, that's the thing. There's so much. You had to fight. You got itchy. Yes, absolutely, Cynthia. Absolutely agree with that too. For sure. Yeah, Demon. Yeah. That video really, and I'm sure she's got a whole lot more. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Chronicles, there's unforgivable shit. Yeah. Music City Mom, if I remember, I don't remember how that piece of it went because I wasn't paying attention as much to that. That's when I learned about, that's how I met Queen Bee, I think, was during that. Like, I didn't even know who she was or anything. I think it was around that time frame is how I met some of those creators. But I think it was on Rap's channel. Was it Fizz Crank? Is that the clown's name? Was that who it was that went down? Oh, Clue. Haha. Do you know about? Yeah. I'll let you find out on your own. Of course, I'm not going to judge you because you don't know, but be very careful, please. That's all I'm going to say. Be very, very careful. And I don't say that about, I mean, I say that to everybody. I don't trust anybody. Not one single person do I fucking trust besides my family and a few of my friends on here. I mean, I'm very, very sketched out by most people, but for reason. Be very careful. She might be very pretty and very sweet in person, but she Washington Post. I mean, I don't think false allegations against anybody are ever going to be acceptable. And when you try to sell a story to the I don't know. I got questions. That's all I can say there. Oh, yeah, Chronicles. I'll do that. I'll drop Heels video. But again, you'll have to do your own research and read between whatever you want to see. You can find whatever you want to see here, but I'll drop her video because that is, a lot of people don't know who that is either. Here it is. It's only 5 minutes. Here you go. This is Heels video on Magnolia. Yeah, a money-making circus, 2 old crows. Yeah, yeah. That's the thing, though, Chronicles. I don't think people know. I would have never known if Heels wouldn't have done that video. And unfortunately, Heels has passed. So she's not with us any longer and making videos, but she has exceptional content and was like an encyclopedia when it came to JLR. Seriously, some of the most insane. She's got coverage of some of it. Clue, that would be a good source too for you to look at stuff from an unbiased perspective. Well, she was absolutely biased, but she did stay factual with JLR. Absolutely. Yeah, a one-read street. There's a lot of stuff. Yeah. So up above in the comment section is the link of Dietz's JLR video, and then there's Heels video on Magnolia. Please do your own research, come to your own conclusions. And no, I've wondered about 2 old crows. I've wondered about that myself. I do think, as salty as she is, I do think that's genuine split, though. I do. Chopper, Heels did a ton of videos on JLR. Yeah, Demon, that's true. Yeah, that's true. AEIOU, yep. Yeah, I would, the one thing I've said when Heels passed, I said the one thing I would have loved to have was her notes on JLR, because she was like an encyclopedia of JLR. Clue, I think that's, and I don't know if, okay, let me tell you what I think, but I can't tell you. The only person that could possibly be in my train of thought would be Jay for Justice, but I don't think that, I wouldn't say that they've ever slept together. But that's the only person to me that would even make sense that they're talking about. But I don't know. That could just be bullshit that's being told to BHB that's going to Tony. But I'm not sure. I don't think there's any fact basis. I don't think Jay, I think Jay's married. I think I heard that she is. I think Jay is beautiful on the outside. I really do. But I think that, they've been dear friends. See, I think that might be misconstrued. I don't know if there's any more to their friendship. I couldn't speak on that, but I think that's who they're talking about. But I think that came from BHB going at Jay for Justice and then Tony and Seth picking up on it. I don't know if there's any substance behind that. Let me say that. I don't go out here accusing of women sleeping with other men for fucking content like these people do. So what people do in their bedrooms, I don't care who they're doing, what they're doing, how they're doing it. Like, none of my business. No. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I find it funny, Kathy, and got it. That's all content farming. And people allow, like, if she came in here, which she's got me blocked, so it is what it is. I loved how she did that spin on the grannies that day. She's got me. No, bitch, you blocked me in front of everybody. Like when I was calling you out on the dog handler, stop your fucking shit. They can't handle a channel of my size, my little tiny peon channel, being factual and correcting a bunch of their bullshit. I do it to bigger channels all the time. That's all I do. So, but if she came in here, I'd block her as fast as fuck because I don't fucking play nice with people just to save face. I don't want her fucking mods over here or any of the other suckers. I don't roll like that. But that's kind of a creator thing too, that she goes over there to get more information for her shows. Anywho, all right, y'all. Oh, mom ended up, I have 3 clones. I think I'm following one of them. I have one that I follow for sure. I have 3 or 4 clones. I've had it all done to me. I've had it all done to me. It's just not her type. Yeah, I don't know. I don't care who's sleeping with her. I think that's all a bunch of bullshit from Tony, truthfully. Like, I wouldn't put much, but I think that's who they're trying to say. Yeah. Like, they just throw shit out there. All right, y'all. Have a wonderful rest of your afternoon. I will see you guys all later. Thank you for joining me. Keep your eye out. I think the chaos is going to continue. Wednesday, tomorrow, I should be back. I wasn't planning on doing this today, but tomorrow we should be back into going through the videos in April of Seth. So, depending on if any other chaos pops out. I wanted to go over this today though, because I knew that it was really interesting to hear that she was doing it for JLR, helping JLR out. I thought that was really ironic, and then some of the bullshit. But she's confirming Katie's story on a lot of things, so that makes me, she unintentionally confirmed a lot of stuff that we've been told by Katie and Chris. I guess it kind of backfired on all of them. And then Terry Lynn's begging for more neighbors to come out and speak. Bullshit. All right, y'all. Have a good day. Thanks, mods, for all you do.